Between now and 6 o'clock this evening, we'll have a period of open forum. You can speak on any topic that you want to. There's probably, I think, 3 places that you can get these blue cards you need to fill out in order to be able to speak. They're down here at the lectern. They're over with the clerk on the very end, and there should be some out in the hallway on the table. But just fill those out. And anyway, our first speaker tonight is Miss Diane Mack. Welcome, Ms. Mack.
Thank you, Mr. President, council members. Good evening. At Monday's Committee of the Whole meeting, you were asked to approve an amendment to an agreement termed by the staff as a license to use real property. You referred the matter back to staff for certain clarifications. I am asking that you revisit the issue this evening during old business because, based on information supplied to me by the staff, the mechanism of a license to use real property does not legally exist in the city of Pensacola. In response to a public records request for documentation regarding this license to use real property, I received this response from Planning Administrator Sherry Morris. The Land Development Code section that pertains to license to use right-of-way is below. I'm not aware of any documented process outside of the council policies for the disposition of real property. If the City Council wishes to have such a mechanism as a license to use real property, certainly you have the prerogative and the authority to formally develop the appropriate ordinance or policy and procedures, to present those for public review and discussion, and then to vote on them. However, until such time as you have done so, the Council, as stewards of the public trust and public assets, is obligated either to cease from granting licenses to use real property or to do so using the existing procedures for the disposition of city-owned real property specified in the Council's policy manual. In order to be considerate of staff time and to give some clarity on the situation to the owner of Jayco's, it would be prudent to consider which of the 2 alternative directions the Council would most likely favor, and so that is why I ask you please to take that up at new business and have some discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Karen Kilpatrick. Welcome, Ms. Kilpatrick.
Hi, I'm a citizen of the city. I've lived here all my life. I live at 2040 West Intendencia Street, and I moved back home in 2000 and bought the house next to my parents so I can help take care of them. Ronald Townsend is my city councilman. I'd like to thank you for your years of service. And I spoke with Councilman Gerards earlier, yesterday. What I'd like to talk about is the library quickly. And Legion Field was built as a sports complex, and I believe it should stay a sports complex. I believe that the first meeting that we had with Mr. Flaherty at Sanders Beach Community Center, he said there was $3 million going to this library. We were unaware that the library board is putting up $1 million of that money. Now, I think it's rather bad that you're going to move the library, because where the library is currently is serving a good purpose for the community. It should stay where it is, or it should be built and take that $1 million that the library is going to give to you to help build Legion Field and put it to better use as a library, not in with a sports complex. I'm totally against that. The next thing I see is that I'm glad that the mayor, when we had the mayor's meeting, he put neighborhood and community back in our community centers. He's calling them resource centers. I know he wants to let everybody know that there's resources for you there, but I see that when I got my little note that they have put neighborhood back into it, and that is good. Please do not take our community centers away from us. The other thing I would like to talk about is the neighborhood watch signs. I believe that the neighborhood watch signs have been tainted, and I believe as a city we ought to be the first ones to make a move and go into one area at a time and take those neighborhood watch signs down, take them back into the warehouse, repaint them, and have something like more eyes outside, community crime prevention area. Trayvon Martin should have had a number to call also. You know, we let him down. The neighborhood watch, that term is just no good no more. We need to get rid of that. You know, who's watching us? You know, it's the neighborhood. Just be observant in your neighborhood. But I think we should change those signs. Those signs are bad. They've been tainted. And they should be changed to something that's more appropriate, like More Eyes Outside program, a crime prevention area. If you need help, call. And if somebody's passing through your neighborhood that might need help, like Trayvon did, he may have been able to see one of those signs. The other thing I would like to see change is I would like to see W.D. Childers' name taken down off the road, and I'd like to see Willie Jr.'s name put up. Okay? Let's all think about this a little bit. And will you all remember what happened? I do. I held a sign that said Free Willie. And I think that's just deplorable for us to put W.D. Childers' name on a street sign and not Willie Jr.'s name. I think something needs to be done about that. I see I have a little bit of time left. The community centers do a lot. When they rebuilt Sanders Beach, they did not put the tennis courts back. They have neglected Kiwanis Park. They have neglected a lot of areas on the west side. We need some nice signs up coming off the Barrancas Bridge that say, welcome to the west side of the city of Pensacola, gateway to the ballpark, gateway to the city. I believe that we can do a lot. The city is changing. I believe it's changing for the good. I've been a citizen. Like I said, I was born and raised here. I'm looking at my notes. The other thing is that I would like to thank everybody that serves as a public servant. And on that, the other thing is that we have a lot of people moving into the city from the county, and they do not realize it's illegal to burn, and we have burned flames higher than houses in the city now, and I'm really worried and concerned about that. And one more thing is that when you built Sanders Beach and you built the boardwalk out there and it's nice to walk on, you did not put a rail. You've got disabled signs up and you have disabled ramps up, and if you go out there in your wheelchair, there's no rail to keep you from falling off. I believe that's an ADA violation. I'd like to see somebody fix that too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gary Sampson. Oh, Mr. Weiss.
Yes, thank you. And I actually have my light on for Ms. Mack as well, if there was a possibility of getting copies of what she had mentioned, so when we do get to new business, we could actually see those details. But I did want to thank the lady, and I apologize I missed your name, for coming. I want to invite you to our meeting in the morning, our Complete Streets Ad Hoc Committee. Council members are on it as well as citizen appointees, but we're trying to create a safer, walkable, bikeable community, and some of the things you mentioned fit right in, and it's right here at City Hall at 9 a.m.
And is that in the Whips room?
Whips room, yes.
Okay, first floor. All right, thank you. Mr. Sampson.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I have my computer, and Ms. Myers shared that Ms. Mack put all that information in an email, so I don't know if other council members are interested in it. I'll just read it off my computer. I'll make a copy.
All right.
Okay.
Gary Sampson, 1517 East Jackson, citizen of the city and county. I love what that lady said. She had some wonderful issues there. But it's going to take money to do a lot of those. And this is one of the issues. I'm going to try and get 2 points across. That lady got a lot of them. But this week I've learned a lot about our economy in the country and the world. This week on PBS, they said this subprime loans or toxic waste or these bad loans have cost over $7 trillion. $7 trillion. I listened to the, only for a short time, Parliament's Committee on Bank Reforms. First guest, Paul Volcker, ex-chairman of the Feds. He had a lot of good suggestions. Now what I'm leading to, I listened to all 3 debates, and none of the candidates or presidents spoke to the issues. It's called the economy, stupid. That's a phrase we all heard back in the 90s. Now, when I talk about the dot-com bubble, it's still counting. I used to estimate 4 to 6. Probably now it's 5 to 7. Now we're talking right there, $7 trillion that we're leaving to debt to our grandkids. And then in the last couple of years, it's not our president's fault that the national debt has gone up $6 trillion. Now think of all that. Now what this evolves to the city, I'm worried about the unfunded pension plans. Enough on that subject. Oh, no, it isn't. Because, see, if there ain't no money, you can't have libraries. And you know, I'm in big support of these issues. Libraries, schools, transportation, safety for these guys. Anyway, enough on that. Second is a lot of the citizens don't understand what's going on with all these lawsuits. And I have to remind people about the Leroy Board, Byron Keesler, and there was an attorney, Miss Barnett, from the League of Women Voters, trying to get the right to speak here. Or, if you set up a committee, a blue ribbon committee, the right to speak there. So as long as we don't have it in writing, there's going to be lawsuits. I got to chill out for a moment. With this, I mean, even attorneys, it's like no one here can grasp the situation of our national debt. And I have encouraged you people, the county, to get together on certain issues, like the library, studying the economy, studying unfunded pension plans. Because, you know, they call it the physical cliff that we're going to go through. And we don't want to be shocked here. We want you people to understand what the hell I'm talking about. Maybe someone like Dr. Harper can chair a committee like he did with consolidation, and I didn't miss very few of his meetings. I made meetings that he had to counsel, but I was there. But that's someone that I trust within the county that can advise us in a very smart way how to proceed forward, because we ain't got a lot of money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rob Bell. Welcome back, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a statement to read. I am going to read it because it is from the officers that were involved in the incident. The members of the Jim Billy Barnes Fraternal Order Police Lodge 71 want to call to the City Council's attention an incident that occurred at Gallery Night on October the 19th, 2012. The following account is the incident that the officers that were directly affected by. There was a large crowd and a large amount of people on Palafox Street. The Downtown Improvement Board had hired officers to work the event until 9 p.m. and at that time the officers were to clear the road and close the event for Gallery Night. They were going to open the roads after 9 o'clock. Officers attempted to get the patrons off of Palafox Street since the roads needed to be open, and they did not want to see anyone get hurt by vehicular traffic. The officer that was involved in the first incident was doing everything that she had been told to do when a man who identified himself as a city official approached her police vehicle. The man rested his arms on the window ledge of the officer's vehicle, so for his safety, she had to stop her vehicle. The officer does not know or remember the gentleman's name. The man asked the officer why they were opening the street. The officer explained to him that they were told to open the downtown area at 9 p.m. by the DIB. The man then told the officer that he works closely with Mayor Hayward, and then asked the officer why they were using their light, siren, and PA system to clear the road. The officer explained the progression of the events that forced them to use their light, siren, and PA system. The man then informed the officer that Mayor Hayward was not happy with how the officers were opening the streets and that the mayor was calling Chief Simmons. The man stated that it was his and Mayor Hayward's impression that gallery night did not end until midnight. She told the man that she did not know when gallery night ended, but the officers were told to open the streets at 9 p.m. by DIB. At that point, the man stated the actions that the officers were taking portrayed them as terrorists, and that Chief Simmons would be made aware of this. The officer called the supervisor working the event and asked him to come to his location. At that time, the gentleman left the area. The second officer involved was driving on Jefferson Street. He was approached by Mayor Hayward. The officer said that Mayor Hayward appeared to be unkempt and not as neat and proper as he had seen him in the past. I think he was being polite. The officer said that Mayor Hayward asked him who is in charge of this. Mayor Hayward was using a highly agitated voice, sometimes to the point of almost yelling. The officer replied, but Mayor Hayward persisted. He ordered the officer to get on his police radio and tell the supervisor to relax and to allow everyone else to relax as well, because this is not Beirut. The officer told Mayor Hayward that he was relaxed. Mr. President, may I continue? I have about another minute.
Is there any objection from council?
I'd like for him to continue.
Okay, please
Thank you,
continue.
Mr. President. The officer told Mayor Hayward that he was relaxed. Mayor Hayward then said, "Get on that mic and tell them to relax. Do you want me to do it?" The officer then said that he immediately called a supervisor to that location. The supervisor contacted the mayor, but unfortunately I didn't have that information, so it's not available at this time. Another officer was treated badly by the mayor because she didn't immediately identify him or acknowledge him that night. These officers did nothing wrong. They did their jobs and represented the city of Pensacola the way they were told. Mayor Hayward has told the public that we have one of the finest police departments. Well, my question is, then why did he compare us to Beirut? The word terrorist was also used to describe our officers. Now, that comment especially is a disgraceful and a slap on the face to all law enforcement officers everywhere. At our meeting on October the 21st, the members of the Jim Billy Barnes Lodge 71 unanimously voted to call for a city council investigation of this incident under the local charter and charter rules. We believe that the mayor has misrepresented and misused the power of his office to intimidate these officers. The mayor's actions are shocking and inexcusable. Thank you for your time.
Please stand there a minute. Ms. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Bell, for coming down, and all the officers that have come here tonight. I'm nauseated hearing the chain of events that occurred. The officers, the men and women that are officers in our community, risk their lives every day in situations that are unimaginable to most of us. And this was gallery night, a DIB event that is a wonderful event that has been hosted for many years and is growing. Did the person identify themselves, this other person that we do not know who they are?
No, I don't know. I don't know if he did to the officer. It's my understanding that he has now been identified and has contacted either the mayoral office or Chief Simmons.
So he represented himself as someone that was speaking on behalf of the mayor or the DIB?
He said he was very good friends with the mayor, so I'm assuming it was the mayor.
The mayor obviously will have to answer for his own actions. I can't imagine what situation would bring that sort of comments and actions towards police officers. I'm very concerned about the other individual as well. This is a DIB-hosted event. They hired the officers. I would like to see all of this information, the letters, taken to the DIB, sent to the DIB via our president, and for their official response to this as well, and then further investigation by this council. I don't know that a motion would be needed right now for that. I think that would just be a normal function of, since the DIB is a instrumentality or a special district of the city. Mr. President, is that in order to ask that the DIB look into this situation as well, since they were working for the DIB?
Certainly.
And then further...
Just provide the documentation to, if I'm not able to be reached directly, to Dr. Cox, the council executive. She's sitting right over there to your left.
Okay. The officers involved were kind of reluctant about giving their names. That's one reason I did not identify them. According to the charter rules, y'all have the power to subpoena and do the investigation. So I'm hoping that through our chief that you might be able to get that information.
Okay.
And
okay.
Mr. President, if we could bring it up under new business, since
Yeah,
this is
I
open
think,
forum, I'd like to have
so
a
too.
further
We've got
discussion.
a lot of
for
cards
sure.
here. This sounds like something, if you're willing to wait around until we get to new business.
Yes.
I have my
Okay.
light on.
Yes.
Yeah, Ms.
Certainly.
Myers.
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that I do intend to bring this up under new business and present an idea for doing exactly what you have requested and a methodology for getting us there.
Thank you.
Okay,
very much.
thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I too would support some type of investigation. We can't allow our police officers of the city of Pensacola to be disrespected in any way by any official. And I think an investigation, we do have that power. I think it would be the right thing to do. I'd like to get to the bottom of this so this doesn't ever happen again. And I apologize on behalf of the city.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Okay. We barely have time for one more. Mr. Johns, you're up next. After Mr. John speaks, because I'm going to make the same invitation to him to remain for new business, we need to move on to the other portion of our meeting.
Mr.
Okay.
President, I'm going to yield my position. I was here in case the 4-minute rule prevented Rob Bell from continuing this, but since he has done and since everything has been addressed, I will yield my time.
Okay, all right, thanks, sir. All right, then we get even one more. Ms. Donna Woodard. Now, I've got several cards here for West Side Library. This is going to be the last person for public forum on this end. We'll have public forum at the end if you wish to speak. But for those who are here, and I'm not trying to keep you guys from speaking, but we are going to address this as a whole issue next month. And so, but you're welcome to speak to it tonight.
Yes, I would like to speak to it tonight. Good evening to each of you. I'm here tonight to say that I am opposed to the West Side Library being moved to the ballpark on Gregory Street. The library needs to be a standalone building with adequate parking and adequate access for all citizens. I don't know how many of you have ever traveled down there on the weekends when that sports complex is being used for ball games. There's barely parking for the parents and the attendees to those games. So where would parking be for those persons who wish to go to the library there? So that is my main concern, is that it needs to be a standalone building that represents something that's nice and presentable for all citizens of this community, as well as being accessible to everyone. The way that park is designed and built right now, I doubt that very many people who are disabled will be able to get to that accessibly. It may violate some ADA rules as well for them to be able to get inside of that building, but definitely it will be in competition with the other things that are going on at the ballpark. And so to adequately serve this community, it needs to be a standalone building that looks presentable, as well as look academically inclined, to encourage people to, because we should all encourage lifelong learners here in our community, in this city. And we know where the West Side Library is located. Most of our citizens in the area are disadvantaged. So we need to make sure that we're lifting everybody up here in this community. And the only way to do that is to show the West Side that they deserve to have a standalone library like the Tryon and other branches around the city and community. The West Side needs the same thing too. Not at the ballpark, where they're going to have to compete with all the other activities that may be going on there as well. And so I hope that when you all are making these decisions that you would consider that, because I'm sure the city has many, many areas where this library could be placed. There are lots of homes in the area that are behind in taxes that the county holds a tax certificate for. I'm sure some sort of deal can be worked out to bulldoze some of those perhaps, and put it in a nice area where everybody can have access to it and that it can be suitable for everyone to enjoy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Woodard. Okay, Ms. Myers.
Yes, and I appreciate the comments you made, and I want you to know that I will be bringing this up under new business, the future of the West Side Library. I agree with you regarding your concerns. I have the same concerns. And so if you can stick around, I don't know how long you'll be, but under new business, I intend to bring that issue up also.
Well, and that, it may be just a small point, but I'd rather you bring up under old business.
That's fine.
Okay.
Either way, it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. All right, well, then that brings us to approval of the minutes, ladies and gentlemen of the
Move the
council.
approval.
Second.
Okay, thank you. All right, please vote. Okay, that passes unanimously, and for the record, all members of council are present. Let's see here, script. Mr. Bruce Baldwin. Thank you for joining us, sir. Please come on up here. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, if I can just get you to turn and face the audience there, I've got something I need to read for you. City of Pensacola, resolution number 46, TAC 12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, recognizing and commending the Pensacola Blue Wahoos for their successful first year. Whereas the City of Pensacola is proud to be home of the Pensacola Blue Wahoos baseball team, and whereas in their inaugural season with the Southern League, the Pensacola Blue Wahoos received national recognition, including the Don Menschner Organization of the Year, the Southern League attendance leader with 328,147 total, and an average of over 4,800 per game. Bruce Baldwin named Executive of the Year. Outfielder Billy Hamilton breaking the all-time stolen base record for a season and having several players called up to the Cincinnati Reds. And in partnership with the City of Pensacola being named the Ballpark of the Year. And whereas from the opening ceremony held on April 5th, 2012 to the final game, the Pensacola Blue Wahoos captured the hearts of the fans and citizens of Pensacola and provided them with outstanding competitive games, family entertainment, and enjoyment throughout the season. And whereas through the efforts of Pensacola Blue Wahoos owners Quint and Rishi Stuger, President Bruce Baldwin, Executive Vice President Jonathan Griffith, and others in the front office, the inaugural season of the Pensacola Blue Wahoos was incredibly impressive and set high standards for future seasons. And whereas the City of Pensacola wishes to express our deep gratitude to manager Jim Riggleman, the coaches, and all of the Pensacola Blue Wahoos players for their enthusiasm, dedication, hard work, and commitment to promoting baseball in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, that the City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Pensacola, does hereby recognize and commend the Pensacola Blue Wahoos for a fantastic first season with the Southern League and acknowledges their accomplishments both on and off the field to instill the love of baseball in the Pensacola community. That a copy of this resolution be presented to the Pensacola Blue Wahoos as an expression of the City Council's sincere appreciation for their enthusiastic performance and for their commitment to promoting baseball, one of America's favorite pastimes, in our community. This resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption by the City Council. And this would be adopted today, and it's signed Samuel Thornton Hall. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, please.
Well, thank you all very much, council members. Please sit down for crying out loud.
We're waiting to shake your hand.
Oh, okay. I thought you were looking, never mind. On behalf of Quentin Rishi Studer, we are terribly excited to receive this proclamation and resolution. We hope that everybody has enjoyed the festivities and the attitudes of the ballpark. As we said at the very beginning, it's not necessarily about baseball. It's about economic development and quality of life. And I think that the ballpark, the Maritime Community Park area, is just a beginning and a small step in future opportunities throughout this great city. And so on behalf of our entire organization, our 348 employees, we thank you all very much. Thank you.
Congratulations and good job.
Thank you.
That's lovely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Bruce.
Okay, gentlemen, to make this official, we need a motion.
I move for approval of the
Second.
proclamation.
Motion and a second, please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Okay. Miss Juanita Edwards,
She has some students with her as well.
well,
And
bring
Mr.
up any,
Elting.
or all with you, yes. Hi there. I'm going to stand out here with you and let Mr. Townsend read that, just trying to save my voice.
Resolution number 47-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, congratulating J.W. Workman Middle School on their recognition as an International Baccalaureate World School. Whereas J.H. Workman Middle School, founded in 1963, was named in honor of Professor John Hunter Workman, a former principal and longtime educator in Pensacola, who is best remembered for his influence and commitment to advancing the growth and educational opportunities in the Pensacola community. And whereas officially recognized as an International Baccalaureate World School in June 2012, J.H. Workman Middle School is the first public middle school in Escambia County to offer the middle years program to students in grades 6 through 8, and whereas the middle year programs will enable students to receive a high-quality international education that will help them develop academic, social, and emotional skills to succeed with a broad, firm foundation of knowledge, cultural understanding, and respect for diversity. And whereas the development and implementation of the middle years program will provide students with the framework for learning and developing skills to prepare them to succeed and compete in the global world. Now therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, Section 1, that the City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Pensacola, does hereby express its highest admiration and pride in honoring J.W. Workman Middle School as an official international baccalaureate world school during the middle years program. Section 2, that the City Council further recognizes and commends the administration, staff, teachers, students, and parents for their collaborative effort, hard work, and dedication to achieve this significant accomplishment for J.W. Workman Middle School. Section 3, that a copy of this resolution be presented to J.W. Workman Middle School as an expression of the City Council's sincere appreciation for developing and creating this challenging and engaging program of international education. Section 4, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption by the City Council. Adopted October 25th, 2012, approved by Sam Hall, President of City Council.
So moved.
Second. Okay, good. Can get up here for the vote. Please vote. And that passes unanimously.
I'd like to thank the president and the council members for this recognition. We are very excited about our IB recognition, our IB World School this year. I'd like to introduce Mr. Stephen Elting. He is our IB coordinator, and we, of course, could have not accomplished this without him, and our wonderful teachers and staff, and our students. And we brought 3 of our students who were on the interview team when the IB authorization team came out to approve our school. So I want to introduce Casey Clifton. You can raise your hand. Rachel Jones and Kim Licadini. And again, thank you all so very much.
Or do we want to work all of you? We'll do them all. Okay. Sure. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Keep up the good work, Rob. Yeah.
Good job on the interviews. You made it happen. Congratulations. Thank you.
Before I move the program forward, does anybody want to comment on either one of their proclamations? Or Mr. Weiss?
Just very quickly on the IB World School, I attended the Flag Day ceremony on behalf of Mayor Hayward and spoke on behalf of council, and it's hard for me to be able to measure or explain the excitement that has been generated at Workman. Just on a personal note, the way our lives have been changed. There was an ad in Chinese, a gentleman speaking in Chinese yesterday, and I thought, oh, I can't understand it, changed the channel. And my daughter said, no, go back, I understand what he's saying. Part of the IB program is languages that they learned was originally just Spanish, and now they've added Mandarin Chinese. They're testing kids in middle school to test out of that requirement in high school. They're allowing these kids to understand their world, and it gives meaning to what they learn, and it gives more purpose to their lives. It's creating kids that would not imagine dismissing someone's spirit simply because their lives don't affect them. They inquire about their world. Every class crosses and holds hands. Like if you're studying geography, you're thinking about how things in the world are impacted and how they impact your life here. And it's just a wonderful program, and I'm so proud to have it in our community.
Thank you. Dr. Wu.
Yes, Mr. Hall, what I'd like to do is address an issue that was brought up earlier, if you would permit me, or else I'll wait till council communication.
Please.
Okay. I didn't respond at first because I wanted to choose my words very carefully. And what I wanted to say is that the law enforcement, police, do an incredibly dangerous job. I don't know of many of us that would go into many situations that these men and women go into. And they go into it without hesitation, with only one thing in mind, and that's to serve. And in my observation, the police have always treated citizens with the utmost respect. And I don't want to point fingers because I don't know all the details. But the statement I'd like to make is they deserve the same in return. When they treat us with respect, we have the right to treat them with respect as well. Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the mayor's and city council's long-term goals is to focus on improving, enhancing, and beautifying the city of Pensacola and various parks and recreation facilities throughout our community. We are pleased to recognize Ms. Cody Lee, President of the Lennox Homeowners Association, members of the association, other neighbors, and volunteers who recently worked on the Scenic Highway Neighborhood Bluffs cleanup, and Jeff Pullman will now come up and give a presentation.
Welcome, Mr. Pullman.
Thank you. And it's Mr. Cody Lee. Sorry about that. Must have been a typo in there. But if you don't mind going up with the council. Yeah. And I'm Jeff Pullman with Neighborhood Services. I'm the volunteer coordinator. It's been a while since we've been in Beautification Award. I'm very happy, and I appreciate you all allowing us to do this at the council meetings. But tonight's Beautification Award is being presented to the Lennox Homeowners Association. Neighbors Cody Lee, his father Pat Lee, Carol Cook, Sam Bolden, Raid Amin, Jeff DeWeese, Councilwoman Marin DeWeese, Councilman-elect Andy Tahar, Cheryl Chambers, and Kim Aguiar all participated in a cleanup of the Scenic Highway area. It's been a goal of ours over the last couple of years, and with Councilwoman DeWeese's efforts as well, to beautify the Scenic Highway area. We've taken pockets and sections of Scenic Highway and the Bay Bluffs Preserve, and it kind of started small and just kept working our way down. Cody is a new homeowner over at the Lennox subdivision area, and through Councilwoman DeWeese's efforts and his, we've organized a one-time cleanup. With our conversations today, we've actually scheduled one for hopefully the January, February time frame. But we spent about 3 hours on a Saturday morning beautifying the area. Cody, as well as his father Pat, actually rented equipment out of their own pocket to assist with the efforts, as well as the other neighbors. We focused on removing overgrowth and underbrush, the removal of invasive and non-native plant species, as well as continue creating pockets of visibility along the Scenic Highway area. This has been one of our goals of ours, to provide that visibility, whether you're driving scenic or for the neighbors across the street, some of those pockets to where they can see the Pensacola Bay. And again, just to be brief, we truly appreciate the efforts of the neighborhood. Like I said, there's been many neighborhoods involved. This is another one to add to the list. And we truly appreciate the efforts. And it goes to show that the neighbors in the Lennox subdivision truly care about the Bay Bluffs Preserve, Scenic Highway, and their Pensacola community. And I believe this has also opened another door with the Scenic Highway Foundation for another partnership with another neighborhood along that area. So tonight's award, here's a group shot, but we want to thank you for making Pensacola a great place to live, work, and play. And we appreciate your efforts and continued efforts along the Scenic Highway area. So thank you, Cody.
Great job.
Good job.
Another round of applause, please. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. In order to more strongly emphasize the city's commitment to outstanding performance, one employee is recognized as the Employee of the Month. Ernest Lyons, Operations Services Technician with Pensacola Energy, is Employee of the Month for October. Unfortunately, he is unable to be with us this evening, and we will bring that to you in November.
We still applaud.
Each month, we have employees who reach milestones in their careers with the city. These milestones, which are observed at 5-year intervals, are symbols of commitment, hard work, and dedication in serving the people of Pensacola. Employees are the city's most important asset. As part of the city team, they individually and jointly seek ways to improve the quality and efficiency of services to every citizen. Tonight, we have the opportunity to publicly recognize and thank this special group of employees. As I call your names, will you please come forward to receive an award of the city's appreciation and be recognized by members of the council in this community. For 15 years, Heather Mallett, Police Officer, Police Department. Heather is someone who never meets a stranger. She is currently assigned to the Uniform Patrol Division and always has a ready smile when helping someone, particularly when she's assigned to the desk sergeant's office.
Mr. Reynolds, I just said to her, she must have come on the force when she was 12 years old.
Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Monica Patera, Clerk 1, Library. Monica has worked at the Tryon Branch Library for the past 12 years. Previously, she worked for the Police Department for 3 years. She mainly works the circulation desk, but is also responsible for emptying the book drop every morning and for maintaining the new bookshelf. Monica is Tryon's expert on books on CDs and downloadable audiobooks. Her signature phrase is, "Have a fun one."
Congratulations. Good to see you over here.
Mr. Robert Greer, Lead Worker, Public Works. Robert, how many times have you been Employee of the Month? 3. And how many years? About 15. Robert embodies all of the core values that serve as the guidelines for city employees. He has demonstrated time and again that he is a loyal and motivated employee. His dedication to his duties as building manager of City Hall is exemplary. He serves selflessly and is an inspiration to his coworkers.
Thank you. I don't want this to be a reflection on how old I thought Mr. Greer was, but I thought he must have been here at least 40 years. You know, he is as important to this building and its operation is the bricks and mortar that it's made out of. Nothing happens in this building without Mr. Greer. So.
Absolutely. For 20 years of service. Jimmy Donahoe, Police Sergeant, Police Department. 20 years. Jimmy is currently assigned to the Training Personnel Section where he's responsible for overseeing not only the training but also the hiring of personnel. During his 20 years with the department, he has assumed multiple duties such as crime prevention and education, military liaison for the department, coordinating the Citizens Police Academy since its inception, and serving on the department's honor guard. Thank you, sir. And that is the end of awards and presentations, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, sir. And I need to make just a brief comment on Jimmy Donahoe. Those sergeant stripes look awfully good on you. So. Madam Clerk, item 6.
Item 6A is a public hearing to consider amendment to the Land Development Code license to use regulations for outdoor seating areas.
Mr. Reynolds.
Ms. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. City Administrator, Mr. Council President, and members of council. We have before you tonight a proposed amendment to the Land Development Code that deals with the license to use city right-of-way for outdoor seating areas specifically. If approved, this amendment would go into section 12.12.7 of the Land Development Code, which currently exists and does govern the process for allowing license to use right-of-way. The problems with the current process, as we've discovered through reviewing our Land Development Code and trying to identify areas that need improvement, is that it does not currently distinguish between different types of right-of-way usage. For example, tonight we're discussing outdoor seating, which we're trying to break out specifically, but license to use right-of-way also covers commercial parking in the right-of-way, residential driveways, canopies, awnings, balconies, things of that nature along the Palafox right-of-ways specifically. But in our code currently, it's a very broad process. It doesn't isolate any of these uses specifically or identify standards. The problem also, it defines a process, but as I said, it doesn't identify standards for approval. The process can also be very cumbersome for businesses that are seeking a temporary or removable use. A restaurant, for example, that's looking to put tables and chairs on a sidewalk can be looking at an approval timeline of 2 to 3 months. The changes to the current process, we're looking to have Planning Board, which has already reviewed this, and City Council codify standards for approval that have to be met in order to issue a license to use right-of-way for outdoor seating. The approval will become an administrative process at the staff level, so essentially it's an annual permit that businesses will apply for and receive. There will be a defined minimum width for pedestrian access, so we have some consistency. Right now, the city engineer and public works director, they look at these on a case-by-case basis and recommend the pedestrian access that should be maintained. We're looking to have something that's across the board, it's uniform, it will result in improved enforcement. If there's an issue, patrons tend to move tables and chairs around. If there's a standard that we put in place, police or code enforcement officers that do get called to a specific business will know what the standard is, and we're also asking that they post a diagram or sketch in the business that shows what they have been permitted to use. So the officer responding to a complaint can look and see what exactly they've been auzed. We're also looking to have a portion of the permitting fee eventually through an amendment to the city's fee schedule, which is contained in a different part of our code, be designated for cleanup, pressure washing, and cleanup of the sidewalk. Your planning board had this item as a discussion item several times throughout 2012 and also in late 2011. There was a workshop conducted in June that was dedicated solely to this issue, to outdoor seating for restaurants and bars. The focus was the Palafox corridor because that's where primarily most businesses want to locate and have this outdoor seating, but this is a citywide amendment. The draft amendment was forwarded to the DIB for their review and input, and they did provide a revised draft to the planning board at their September meeting, which recommended some changes to the original staff version. The planning board has recommended approval of the draft inclusive of all the DIB recommended changes. You saw in your package that you have those changes, some that were accepted by staff in the staff recommended version, but we included the DIB version with comments as to why we recommend not accepting some of their changes. And I'll explain that. The staff recommendation, we do, as I said, recommend accepting the majority of the DIB changes. We would suggest keeping language that requires outdoor seating areas to make accommodations for pedestrian clearance where there are permanent structures like parking meters, light poles, planting beds, that's common along Palafox especially. We also wanted to keep the ability to terminate a license to use without cause. That's currently in all of our license to use agreements, and I think it's important because the right-of-way, it serves a public purpose, and with a lease, you would like to have the ability to terminate with cause, but with a use of right-of-way, if the right-of-way is needed for a public purpose, you want to be able to revoke that license agreement without cause, and that's something that has been an ongoing provision in our agreements that we currently have. We also want to keep language that keeps a clear impeded pedestrian path at 6 feet. The DIB has recommended 4. There's standards elsewhere in the city code that recommend a minimum commercial sidewalk width of 6 feet. So we'd like to maintain that as our minimum pedestrian path. We would also like to keep language that notes a separate review being required for awnings, canopies, other impediments in the city right-of-way, language that limits the use of signage, pamphlets, and other advertising material, and keep language that requires all services provided to patrons and all patron activity not impede the pedestrian access path that's required, be it 6 feet or 4 feet as recommended by the DIB. So aside from those notations that we made in your report, we would recommend accepting the remainder of the DIB changes. So the staff recommended version accepts all the DIB recommendations with the exception of these that are noted, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Morse, who enforces this? Say it's 11 o'clock at night and tables are out of line and people have moved things around and all of a sudden we've got a 2-foot walkway through the tables. Who enforces this?
Yeah, that's a good question, Councilman Johnson. That was something that was debated a great deal during this process. The police department is actually who would be the primary enforcement agency for the city. If there were noise complaints or if there are if there's an issue with the sidewalk being blocked where pedestrians are having to go out into the street to get down a corridor, the police would be the responding agency. Our code enforcement officers, they're here during the day, not nights or weekend. So for that purpose, the police department was the agency that was deemed the enforcement authority.
Help me understand if our police department's called and there's an issue and it's determined that something's being done incorrectly, what's the process then? Do they shut the business down? Do they? What happens? They arrest the owner? What happens?
No, sir, Councilman Johnson. I think there was a process that we've been utilizing for a number of the businesses on Palafox. It can be a civil citation that is referenced elsewhere in the code. We will be, depending on the actions of council this evening, there's not an ordinance being brought before you on first reading tonight. So depending on the action that you take, we will bring an ordinance at the next meeting for first reading. And then in addition to that, there will be amendments to the enforcement sections and the fee schedules of the city code subsequent to this action that will essentially take care of the housekeeping of following up with the revision to the land development code, which is a completely separate chapter. But it would be a matter of, as I said in the previous statements, as far as what changes we're recommending, we're looking to put a diagram or sketch in the business. So if a police officer responds and has been called for a complaint as to the right-of-way being obstructed, pedestrians can't pass, there is a diagram or sketch posted in the business that says this is what they're authorized. So they will be able to go to the management or the owner if they're available and say you're in violation of what you've been approved to use. And it would not be, I believe Chief Simmons might be able to elaborate further, but it's not a criminal action on the part of the patron so much as a civil citation, and that's how that process will be brought forward, much as an open container, some of the other issues that have evolved as Palafox and some of the other areas of downtown have become more lively.
Yes, ma'am. And one other thing, and my last question or questions. If we have a repeat violator, if we have a proprietor or owner of a business there that repeatedly, say 5 times in 6 weeks, is the same thing has happened, what happens then? Do we have an ability to revoke their use of of that public right-of-way, or what happens then?
Councilman Johnson, currently we, in our existing ordinance, although it's not specific as to the standards for approval, it is very specific as to it being able to be terminated without cause. As I said, because right-of-way serves a public purpose, if we need the right-of-way back for a public project, we need to be able to make that happen. That being said, because we can revoke it with 90 days notice without cause, if we have repeated violations and it has been deemed to become a nuisance or a hazard to public safety, or if there is an ongoing problem that they're clearly not complying with the stipulations that they agreed to when they received that permit and authorization, then we could revoke it.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Deweese.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm pleased to hear that there is a diagram being posted, much like a fire diagram would be. I know that I've had incident on a few occasions along Palafox to come out of the archway and almost fall over a whole table, not just the chairs, and that was right at the beginning of their serving hours. So I'm not going to make that call. So to be able to go in and look at a diagram and make a phone call or ask the owner what to do next is good to know. I'm a little concerned, and I don't know if you'd prefer that I go in number order or just in order of my concerns. One talks about the pressure washing of the sidewalks, and I believe, didn't we have an ordinance, and it may have been part of the license to use, but I thought it was also an ordinance in place about property owners, that if there is trash generated from the incident of the use of their building or their establishment, that they would be responsible for cleaning it up. Many of the bars and restaurants downtown are responsible for that after they close, after the close of business, and they'll even clean down the block. But they were pressure washing, so why is it that we're now taking on that?
Councilwoman Deweese, I think we were looking specifically at the outdoor seating areas and any additional, I guess, debris or dirt that may be generated by those types of businesses, and wanting to have an additional layer of protection because that has been an ongoing problem with not just outdoor seating areas. We have looked at other businesses and made it a requirement that they clean up outside their businesses if their businesses are generating the trash. But the more active use of the right-of-way will be these outdoor seating areas, and that's where you have patrons and drinks and food and cigarettes and things of that nature. More concentrated than other areas of the right-of-way. So we wanted to have that extra layer of protection where a portion of the fee that they're paying will go towards ensuring, in addition to they being required to keep their area clean, that if it is deemed necessary for the city or an agency of the city to go in and do an extra cleanup, that there's been a fund provided for that.
Good, so they're still responsible. Now, the recommendation on number 2, outdoor seating shall not operate earlier or later than the hours of operation of the licensed establishment. If that's in contradiction to the noise ordinance, or if there's a call made and the violation of the noise portion of our ordinances is due to the outdoor seating, is there a remedy for that? Is there a certain, you're saying as long as they're open, if they're open until 2, I'm not clear on what the DIB recommendations were and then what this says right here, staff recommendations, when I look at the document.
The staff recommended document was the first attachment in your committee report, and it incorporates all of the DIB suggestions with the exception of the ones that we commented on in the supplemental attachment, which had the DIB recommendations with comments from staff if we did not, if we had a reason that we would recommend not accepting that specific recommended change from the DIB. As far as hours of operation, the noise ordinance and any other ordinance of the city, any business, regardless of whether they have a license to use right-of-way or are just operating within their own property lines, normally are subject to all of those provisions. So the noise ordinance would apply to these outdoor areas just as it would the main business or any other business that does not have a permission to use sidewalk or other portions of right-of-way.
Thank you. And then number 6, as far as the establishment and amplified music, I know that several businesses have music as you walk upon, the space where they have seating outside. And I have witnessed some establishments that is an ongoing that the music is always loud and it's every night. It's not just a special event. It's not just a, a band that has come to play. It's just amplified music. It's saying here that they can amplify it, the ambient noise. How is that resolved? I mean, do the police have to come out and spend their time measuring that every time? How do we resolve that situation with a conflicting use? A lot of times we've had the stretch of Palafox, it doesn't bother anyone, but now we have live, work, and play, and people are trying to live downtown, and the play is outweighing the live part of it.
Yes, and Councilwoman DeWeese, and the staff recommended version originally in response to some concerns that we've been hearing. We did recommend initially that amplified music be prohibited in the licensed use areas. That wouldn't prohibit a restaurant or bar if they had a private courtyard area that was on their own property from having amplified music. But if they had a special exception for seating in the right-of-way, we had recommended that amplified music not be permitted.
Okay.
But the DIB recommendation after they reviewed it was that we do allow amplified music and that we just have that subject to the noise ordinance as we do any other business citywide. So that is the DIB recommendation, and that was one we did not pursue asking council to not accept if that was their wish.
Thank you. And Mr. President, I would like to amend that portion back to what the staff recommendation was. I don't know when appropriate to do that, if I reserve that for later after our deliberations and clarifications for other council members.
Well, it would have to be done after a motion is made.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Is that?
That's all.
Okay.
Yes,
Ms.
thank you.
Myers.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think most of my questions have been answered, but I am concerned about the noise ordinance part of it, or the noise portion of it, and that it was changed to allow amplified music, but that we have a noise ordinance that can be enforced. Well, I would like to know what that noise ordinance is and how it's interpreted as it relates to amplified music on Palafox. I mean, I've been down there, and I am really astounded at how loud certain businesses are, and that their music just seems to engulf a large portion of the area down there. I think that's unfair to other businesses. And so I would like to know what the noise ordinance is you're referring to and how it applies in those types of situations. That's one thing. And I just wanted to note something, that I frequently come down here to Palafox Street with people who use wheelchairs, testing the seating. And for the most part, I'm pleasantly surprised and pleased that all of the restaurants, at least during the day, have adequate pedestrian walkways through the tables. However, I have noticed that some businesses habitually place large signage right in the middle of the sidewalk, advertising food, products they have for sale, and I've actually had to move signs so that people who used wheelchairs could get by. So I assume that these changes will obviously address that, and so. But I was wondering, and I have pictures of these types of things, who you would, most owners I think would probably, comply if you just went in and said, look, this is interfering with pedestrian traffic. But if an owner didn't, I assume that how would you enforce it? During the day now we're talking about.
Councilwoman Myers, I believe if they have a sign that is impeding the city sidewalk, typically the revision that's before you this evening addresses signage and advertising matters specifically for licensed use areas. That being said, some of the signs that may be out on the sidewalk could be adjacent to businesses that don't have a license to use. They might just have a sign out in the sidewalk. Code enforcement is certainly very proactive. If they're aware there's an issue where people are placing illegal signs, we have for some time had a separate process for A-frame signs in the Palafox corridor, where businesses can get an administrative approval for A-frame signs, where they can spell out a sale that they may be having for retail merchandise or menu items if they're a restaurant facility. So there is a process for approval for that type of signage that goes in and out onto the sidewalk, but it's also very specific as not being able to impede city right-of-way and pedestrian access. So if there is an issue, our code enforcement staff would be able to go out and cite them and let them know that that's not allowed.
Okay, well, thank you for enlightening me on that issue, because that does present a danger, especially for people with disabilities and especially for people who use wheelchairs and people who have visual impairments. So I really am glad to see that can be addressed.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had 3 comments. Councilman Johnson brought up the question of the number of times somebody can get in trouble before they lose their rights, and I do hope that we come up with sort of a approximate policy that maybe you're in timeout if you've had too many, just or at least you will be reviewed if there's an issue, just so people know we're going to take this seriously. You mentioned, I thought I understood that there's going to be a separate amendment or process for awnings, outswing doors, and things like that, and so you would, in the staff recommendations, mention that you recommend keeping that language in there, that there will be a separate thing, and so I just wanted to clarify that. And then I wanted to touch on the amplified music issue. I too have heard the loud music, and I do understand it has become a real problem. But I at this point support the DIB's idea of allowing some amplified music. I know there are many times I've walked down during the holidays and the little speakers in the balconies play Christmas songs. There's something that makes it a attractive place if there's pleasant music that's not overpowering. So I think that as long as it's understood that it's meant for, and as I read it, it's meant for the area of the license to use, and so I will support the DIB's recommendation on allowing the amplified music, but I do understand the concerns about the over-amplified music. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Wu.
Thank you. If we move toward having penalties, I hope that in the ordinance that you draft for us, that you have a stage where you would consider it a warning stage, because these are people who are making a living downtown, and I would hate to see us draft something that's so punitive. First time somebody violated it, they get slapped with a fine of some kind. And because I've been in a lot of situations where I've seen people show up and all of a sudden there's 2 groups and people are moving tables and whatever. So within this, I would like to see a system, at least initially, where there's some warning given before punitive action. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Morris, for putting together tonight's proposal. For those that are in the audience that may not be aware of this product tonight that you are putting in front of us is the result of, as you said, almost a year of effort and workshops, certainly most characterized with a high level of enthusiasm for those participants. However, certainly I'm in support of this, but I want to just provide for those members of council that will still be here, and as well as those that will be joining us. I predict that we will be revisiting this and adding some language that creates some physical delineation or barriers, and I really want to just use the word separation, that clearly separates where the patrons are as customers, where they can dine, eat, and consume whatever beverages they are. And my point is, everyone's talking about, we want to be kind to the owner of the establishment. Certainly the owner of the establishment wants to comply with a map or a diagram, which I might add, all of our language should say a two-scale diagram. Every owner, I think a business owner, wants to be a partner and a friend with the city, but that's not the problem. It's not the owner. Imagine being a server whose livelihood very much depends on the gratuity that they receive, the total of their gratuity. That gratuity is the reward or the result of friendly, good, prompt service. It's all about customer interaction. And I just can't help but think we are putting a server in a tremendous double bind situation. They want to comply, they want to meet their employer's expectations. However, they've got to deal with the general public, and the general public can get rather rambunctious the more they consume. So I was one of those that expressed earlier in the meeting that I wanted to see language in here that didn't just describe a width, but had some form of something where it's just clear. I think it takes the burden off of the enforcement officers, off of whether it's the police force. So I think this is a very good first, what I would call light version of something that's long overdue. But I hope that I will be able to receive the support of the business owners and the public, as well as fellow council members, when the time comes that I think we will need to introduce some form of physical delineation that mirrors the map. And finally, I imagine that because there's sort of getting to the 4 foot width versus the 6 foot width, as I know, Florida accessibility compliance rules as well as ADA, there are exceptions in which the overall width of a clearance can be reduced, but it's sort of a momentary reduction, and it can be no less than, for instance, 48 inches. So what I want to point out is you all have the task to understand and educate the enforcers about that. For instance, if a tree is in the path of what is determined to be a 6 foot width, that is fine as long as that 6 foot width is reduced only for basically an obstruction of the tree. There cannot be a linear reduction of a certain length. So there's some intricacies still to be worked out, but I really prefer to have something that is in there that makes these dimensions and clearances more permanent. And that's as simple as a stanchion that you see when you're queued up waiting for tickets at an airport. That's the most basic version, and it can be moved in at night and put in place. And then other cities have very elaborate wrought iron ones with planters hanging on them. They can become very much a part of the architectural integrity of the establishment. Finally, I am very much in favor of any funding that ensures consistent pressure washing and cleaning. As a council member that sits on the DIB, it has been one of our wrinkles that we have not been able to iron out, and that is to ensure that there's the timely cleaning of areas that are heavily used by consumers. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Geralds.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, I would think that the limited, if you will, blasting of music is very interesting. And as you all probably know, something happens to our hearing after a few belts, and we begin to talk louder and turn the music up. And once you if more than one party turns up music, it then turns into noise. So people will then have to remember that as they move about Palafox Place, the change in music indicates a change in where you are and what the party is about. But and my question, when the DIB and others looked at the space available on the sidewalk and with the the most recent streetscape that was done where the cut-ins are allowed for off-street parking, was any consideration given to the space available when we started to consider the outside dining?
Councilman Gerald, the space was considered as far as knowing that there's not a uniform sidewalk width along Palafox, and although this is a citywide amendment, Palafox has certainly been the focus of much of the conversation, as that's where most of our licensed to use areas for outdoor seating are concentrated. The consideration given by the city engineer and his concern was having that minimum 6-foot width, as I said previously, being the city standard elsewhere in the code for a minimum sidewalk width for a commercial sidewalk. That's our minimum standard for a commercial sidewalk. You at least need to have it 6 feet in width. So they felt that minimum standard was applicable to the minimum that should be required for pedestrian access on these areas of Palafox where we are granting the use of our right-of-way to a private business. The DIB, in reviewing it, I believe looked at ADA standards and the minimum width being 48 inches, 4 feet. They felt that should be the starting point, the baseline minimum for us to consider. And then if there was a need for more, we could ask for more on a case-by-case basis, but that would be the minimum standard would be 4 feet. That being said, I think that it's implied throughout the proposed amendment that during the permitting process, the city engineer and the planning services area of the city will be looking at these on a case-by-case basis. And if there is an impediment that restricts movement for pedestrians, that limits the area that can be used by a restaurant, we will adjust that number accordingly. But they wanted the standard that we were both looking at would be 6 feet based on city commercial sidewalk widths, or 4 feet for accessibility requirements, depending on which recommendation you look at. But the DIB looked at the 4 feet as being their baseline starting point, absolute minimum.
Well, then, in most places where the sidewalk, and it is pretty much a zigzag kind of a pattern, and certainly there will be spaces along that sidewalk, if outside dining is permitted, that there will be a clash of traffic because the space is just not there. And what you're saying then essentially is that allowed the ability or the allowance to use that space is based on, or granted rather, to the business depending on space availability. Because as Councilman Myers mentioned, when you're walking and when you get to one of those cut-in areas for parking, there's not enough room for traffic to go in both ways, let alone, I mean, in one way, really, it's very limited. And then when you're coming the other way, when tables and chairs out there, it's just not, it doesn't appear feasible, but it won't bother me.
And that's correct, Councilman Gerald. We haven't, and currently what we're doing is on a case-by-case basis. Okay. If, when you see these come before you, typically, sometimes they're split. They'll have a table or two adjacent to the building, and then they might have a table or two out by the curb. If they have an unusual area of sidewalk where planters or bump outs for parking are located. So we see that already individually on a case-by-case basis, and the city engineer and public works director, they take a look at it and they make recommendations as to what they think the absolute maximum that they should be allowed to utilize for a license to use, what should be granted. And we typically incorporate that into the individual agreements, and this will just take that to a permitting process where we've established our standards and our minimums, and if there are unique features about the site, about the streetscape at that location, then that'll be taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you, and it's good we have an architect on the DIB board. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Myers, before I recognize you, again, we do have a citizen that wants to speak. Mr. Joe Abston.
Afternoon, evening. My name is Joe Abston, 49 South Jefferson. I'm a downtown resident and business owner. My notes are going to be, I'm going to try to stay in within 4 minutes. My notes are a little disheveled because the last meeting, the series of meetings that we've had with the city, the DIB, and every facet involved, they've basically dropped off. After September 8th, it seems like that was the last communication between the DIB, the city council, excuse me, the DIB and the city. So the draft that you have in front of you has not been put out to at least myself, which I own. I work at 2 of the license to use, applied for a 3rd one, and also Miss Deborah Dunlop, who is, has a block or so of the downtown corridor. So again, these are going to be a little disheveled because I'm making notes as we're going. We're glad that the city sidewalks do not roll up at 5 o'clock. If you roll back the years 5 years ago, this was a different downtown area. Has a lot to do with the food and beverage industry as being part of this revitalization. I'm asking that the city council not adopt a cookie cutter regulation, be it a sliding scale for easements or for fees, which is one of the conversations that's gone through. And I say the sliding scale because the entire downtown is unique. There is no uniformity in sidewalks, point blank. You can go 100 feet in one direction and the sidewalk changes. We're an old city. This is how we're built. That's why I say that a 6-foot easement, cut and dry, will disproportionately affect different businesses. And when you look at what Mr. Spencer said, that you can come down to a bottleneck. You can have lessened space for an easement. I think that should be looked at because one business may have 6 feet of entire sidewalk, another one may have 14. So it has to do with business placement, but it does seem that the city and the city council can take that into consideration for a sliding scale. The pressure washing issue is not necessarily the pressure washing of the LTU units, the LTU applicants. It is most of the uproar has been because of the non-LTU crossover with more because my unit touches a jewelry shop. They don't have an LTU. Their sidewalks are a whole lot dirtier today than they were 5 years ago. More foot traffic, whether it be nights, days, what have you. So I think as Ms. Morris was saying, for the use of the fees to pressure wash, it's not just the LTUs. I have a person on staff that takes care of mine once a week, all units. It's actually moving down and progressing down the block. The amplified music is actually anything with electricity going through it. So as Ms. Pratt said, that the nice speakers over Dollarhide piping in Christmas music is amplified music. And if we put in this document that no amplified music is allowed, that's going to cut everything from the Christmas music to the giant stacked speakers. And that's really what the issue is. And I think the city council and staff should look at distance of origin, not necessarily the call it amplified. If I can hear my music that is played more than 5 feet outside of my LTU space, there's a problem. If I can hear it a block down the road, then we're getting a little longer. I think I've touched on most of them. So, thank you very much.
Okay. Before you step away, sir, Ms. Morris, I was just interested in hearing from you on 2 of the items Mr. Abston brought up. One of them was the amplified music, that it affecting Dollarhide.
Councilman Hall, Council President Hall, and members of council, the language that you're looking at is for outdoor seating areas for licensed use right-of-way. That would, in the original staff version, not in the staff recommended version that you currently have before you, because we did accept that recommended change from the DIB. The staff recommended version would have restricted amplified music only in outdoor seating areas that have a license to use. It would not apply to Dollarhides or other businesses that don't have a license to use right-of-way that might have had an outdoor speaker built into their exterior or into their their alcove or something of that nature, where Christmas music or something was being piped, as long as they complied with the noise ordinance. So this would be specifically to outdoor seating areas that have a license to use the right-of-way.
Does that seem fair to you, though, that
This was something that we had recommended in response to what was becoming a problem, it seemed, downtown, and we submitted that to the DIB, and their businesses and their members felt that they would prefer that not be a restriction, so we accepted that. So that's the version that you have recommended by staff does not include a prohibition against amplified music.
Okay, and I'm not a land use expert. That's the reason we've got you here. Mr. Abston, would you bring up again your concern about 6 foot to 14 foot? I'm not sure that my understanding of this just seems like there's a little bit of a disconnect there, and I'd like to have Ms. Morris respond to it.
If we have a 10-foot, sidewalk in one spot, we may have a 14-foot across the street. You also may have a maybe 18-inch sidewalk, maybe a little bit longer than that, wider than that, at different parts of the city. All of those, all three of those numbers that I talked about are current LTU holders. New York Knicks has somewhere in the area of 14 feet. I have in front of Hopchacks a little under 9 feet. Blend Lounge has about the width of this podium, and that's why I say that it's not about, if we say it's 6 feet, that's an arbitrary number, whether be it have a basis or not. It still doesn't address the fact that downtown Pensacola is not a cookie cutter city.
Okay.
And Councilman Hall, members of council, I think that was part of what I expressed previously, was that currently we have those license agreements, and we have irregular widths of sidewalk. And this isn't a setback that we're imposing across the board on all property owners. It's a use of right-of-way, which is a privilege, and we're trying to maintain a uniform width for the actual public to use the right-of-way outside of that private interest, while trying to balance the needs of the private interest to promote their business and have outdoor seating and create a lively streetscape and all the things that we love about downtown. So we're trying to be fair. While we get complaints, I would say at least every other month at Planning Board about people having to walk out into the street on Palafox to get around businesses where patrons have moved tables and chairs and they can't pass on the sidewalk. And it's a tightrope we have to walk to try to find a balance between the interests of the business and the patrons and trying to make sure everybody's having a good time and we have a very lively streetscape downtown, and making sure that the rest of the public that's traveling those sidewalks can pass them safely. So that being said, we already, as I said, the engineers that head up your public works and your city engineering departments, they look at these almost monthly for a case-by-case license to use approval that you and the planning board see, and they do take into consideration what's there. And I've seen them, their standard requirement that they want to implement, if possible, is 6 feet, but I've seen them reduce them. If they know that there's no way that 6 feet can be met, they do add some flexibility to their review. And as long as they know that handicap accessibility isn't being violated and the public safety isn't being compromised, it can be reduced, and it wouldn't be any different under this permitting process than currently exists. But I guess the difference is just the minimum standards that we want to start working with differ from the DIBs. But in either instance, they would need to be increased or decreased on it. Well, if it was at 4 feet, it obviously couldn't be decreased because that's a minimum standard for accessibility. But it could be increased if needed from the 4 feet through the permitting process, and if the standard was 6 feet, it could be reduced through the permitting process. So those are just starting points to work from.
Okay. All right, thank you. I've got 4 council members that wish to speak. Mr. Abston, I'd ask you to just go ahead and take a seat, but be prepared to have somebody call you back up.
Absolutely. I've got 2 more points that I couldn't get to because of short time.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Ms. Myers.
I'll pass.
Dr. Wu.
Mr. Epstein, you mentioned that last time you had any communications on what was being done was September 8th. And so my question to staff is, has the business owners downtown, are they aware of what we're proposing to do? Have we gotten their input into what we're doing here?
Councilman Wu, at the September meeting, I believe Mr. Abston is referring to is the planning board meeting at which they made a recommendation. I believe DIB considered the amendment. It could have been earlier that month when they actually considered the amendment at a DIB committee meeting. At the planning board meeting, and I believe Mr. Abston was in attendance at that September planning board meeting, we considered the staff recommendation. The DIB recommendations had been submitted to the planning board. Ms. Dunlap, that he referenced, had spoken to the planning board at that time, and all of the differences between the DIB recommendation and the staff version were debated pretty thoroughly at that meeting, and that's when the planning board recommended the DIB version. We did send out mail notices to all the licensed use holders that have outdoor seating areas to advise them of this meeting. And the DIB was also aware of when this would be going to City Council as well. As far as forwarding the actual staff version of what we recommended accepting and not accepting out of that DIB document, it wasn't sent individually to anybody, but it's been publicly noticed and part of your agenda package.
Was it on the website?
Yes, sir. Yes, it was.
Were the folks made aware of the fact that it was there?
The notices were sent out about the public hearing and that the proposed amendment was on your agenda.
Excuse me, not the notice about the public hearing, but within that notice was there notification of what we're planning to pass?
Both versions, there's not an ordinance before you tonight to pass. Both versions were submitted as part of the agenda package for council to basically choose from. And then we will bring an ordinance at the next meeting based on that decision.
Okay. And I'm not trying to give you a bad time, and I should have started off by appreciate all your fine work. It's just to me that the folks that are going to be affected by something we're going to pass, I think all should have, input into it and be able to speak up. A fellow council member here says they've had meetings, but if there's been a meeting and then it's different than that meeting, what's coming out, and the folks don't know what's in there, then to me, it just doesn't seem to be very transparent.
We did, as I said, we provided the staff version at the planning board meeting. DIB submitted their version, and what you have before you this evening is both the DIB version and the version that staff feels is acceptable out of those recommendations. So both of those have been in the public since early September.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Council President Hall. And I wanted to make sure that Council understood we brought this specifically to you as opposed to bringing an ordinance, specifically the different versions, so we could get your input as to what you want to see in that ordinance. So, we had debated as a staff whether just to bring the ordinance based upon what we had and then have you make changes to that. And we decided, no, let's go ahead and make that extra step, make sure you're fully aware of what all parts of both ordinances contained, or excuse me, both
versions,
proposed versions contain, and then to take that input and then bring it back to you. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I ask Mr. Abston a question?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Abston, would you consider placing in the conditions where the right-of-ways have a certain minimum width? What are your feelings about you as a business owner being proactive and erecting or having some sort of temporary physical delineation if that allowed you to maximize your use and at the same time protect what we as council think is a necessary width, for instance, say 4 feet. But if in certain instances, since you described to us or reminded us that there are unique situations throughout downtown, perhaps one of the solutions is to address those particularly narrow areas and have a physical delineation. If the curb to the face of the building is X, then you will do this.
I think that's a perfect question, and I'm glad you brought it up. I completely understand. I like the idea of the sliding scale. I like the idea of if building to curb is X, then this is the rule that you follow. If it is less than X, this is what you follow. I think that's a great start. It doesn't put in like I said, a cookie cutter ordinance. As in the way of division of the partitioning, I guess you could say, of the public versus the patron is a great idea. I think it has a lot of merit. I think it can be very, very dangerous. I recently closed a store in Mobile, and one of the issues specifically that I had with the city and the state alcoholic revenue board was that they required a delineation between service area and public area. Where that came into to problem is that they didn't give specifics. They said it had to be a delineation. You have to have a separation. So one restaurant will have a wrought iron fence. One restaurant has a stretch cord that comes that you see at the bank. And there's everything in between, which becomes a trip hazard, which becomes what city council eventually in Mobile just would carte blanche say you can't have outside seating because your separation, your delineation between public and patron becomes a trip hazard or is an encroachment on what we feel as the city is wanting to do. So I think it's a great idea if we had more of a width of our sidewalks, and in some places I think it'd be perfect. Like I said, New York Knicks has 14 and a half, 15 feet from building to curb, where Blend Lounge has at best 3 feet, at best. So that's why I say that the separation of patrons versus to public, it's same as this ordinance, if it's not done specifically, if it's not done with good intent, not just good intent, but good follow through, then we're headed down a very slippery slope that we'll be back at this 2 years from now.
All right, well, thank you. And I totally disagree with Mobile's stance. I think that's hardly what I'm going to look to as a standard. I've seen way too many fantastic cities, villages, neighborhoods take those vertical elements and make them a tremendous enhancement to the fabric of a downtown. So it's sad that Mobile stepped in the wrong direction.
I think we had the opportunity to step in the right direction. We've talked about certain cities that do it right, and when done right,
we'll show Mobile how to do it right.
Is that it, Mr. Spencer? Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted some clarification from Ms. Morse. You indicated that there will be some consideration given, he's mentioned Blend that has a 3-foot sidewalk. You couldn't really, we haven't even provided the 6 foot that we're saying we need. At this point, do you know how many businesses, just based on that 6-foot rule, if no considerations given, would lose their ability to have outside seating percentage of the downtown?
Councilwoman Pratt, I can tell you that I don't have an exact number with me this evening, but I do know there are probably less than 20 outdoor seating areas in the general downtown area currently that exist. Definitely not more than 25. It's in that range of number. There's probably a quarter of them, I would say, that don't have enough sidewalk width to meet the 6 feet. And in those cases, there's been flexibility where the language has been modified to say that an adequate pedestrian path, meaning 4 to 5 feet minimum, has to be maintained. That's been put into those individual agreements and executed. So it's not that across the board that everyone has to meet that 6 feet. It's that if you have adequate sidewalk width, if you have 10 feet or more of sidewalk in front of your business, and you're looking to put tables and chairs out, that we feel that 6 feet is a good starting point from which for us to establish as the pedestrian baseline. We're going to try to work with 6 feet. What can you get as far as tables and chairs, working with that 6 feet? And if there are impediments, if there's, as we've discussed, if there's planters, if there's light poles, if there's parking bump outs, then we'll look at that and say, there's no way you can get 6 feet, but if you configure it this way, we feel that you can still maintain a safe width. And that's something that will not go away with this process. It's something that we've done through, the codified process currently. And as I said, that's going to be a standard that we want to try to meet, but we understand that there are some situations, and as I said also, it's right of way, it's for public access, so we can't sacrifice that, to let a business expand out into the right of way. But we don't want to be prohibitive or, to a business trying to have that outdoor element, because we think that's part of a vibrant downtown. So we'll work with businesses through the permitting process, but the 4 feet from the DIB recommendation or the 6 feet from the city recommendation will just be our working point from what we think is a good standard to set as far as the desirable pedestrian width.
Okay, thank you. And one other comment. Early on, you mentioned that these will not be going to the planning board or council anymore, though I do hope that we will have an information item when those are approved, just so that we can have a sense of how much is going on. And finally, just to move the discussion along, I'd like to move that we approve the staff version for to become the ordinance at the next meeting.
Just hold that thought, please.
Okay.
Okay. Let's just get the discussion
Okay,
out
that's
of the
fine.
way, and hopefully after a motion's made, we'll only have maybe a
That's
couple
fine.
of comments. Before I call on the next council member, I want to say something directly to the policeman. You guys look like you're wilting out there, and I'm afraid of losing you, and I want to give you the opportunity to say the things that you're going to say. I can't interrupt this public hearing, though, and the new business comes much later on down on the agenda, but what I promise you is that after the public hearing is completed tonight, is that I will ask council to move the one item of new business up as the next item on the agenda, okay? There's just too many of you out there, and so anyway, just hang in there for a little bit more. Ms. Myers.
I'm good.
No, excuse me, Mr. Townsend's not spoken yet, so.
Thank you. Now, we've been talking on this for at least an hour now, and it clearly indicates as to why we need a committee system here for this council. These kinds of things should be wrapped up in committee, and this isn't new to the individual council members, and all these questions that you have here would appear that you would have called specifically and raised some comments about them. But to sit here and talk on this subject for one flat hour is ridiculous. People have to sit here and go through this, and I think when you start, I won't be here, but what you really need to do is think about going back to the committee system where you can iron out all these intricate things that you need to know, so people won't have to sit here all day. Thank you.
Okay. And please, I understand your excitement, but.
I didn't say that for a clap either, but I appreciate it.
But we need to keep public demonstration, good or bad, to a minimum, but thank you. Ms. Myers.
Yes, I just wanted to say that clapping is a form of free speech. Anyway,
Okay.
and I do agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Townsend. We do need to go back to the committee system. That's all I got to say.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Geralds.
And that's something that I have said on more than one occasion. And apparently it went over the heads of some of us. But that point has been made, that we need to go to the committee system. Obviously, what we're talking about with this public hearing belongs in a committee.
Okay.
And it almost sounded like a committee meeting when Mr. Spencer was talking to the gentleman at the speaker. It sounded to me as if they were at the committee. But at the same time, I see we're losing people that are here to address the library situation. And I can appreciate your willingness to give the police officers an opportunity to speak, and we modify the agenda. But I would think that the same consideration should be given to them as well. And we've lost about 3 or 4 people, maybe 6 of them, that are here to address the library situation. And I did hear you, because I think I made the motion to put it on the committee of the whole, and that there will be an opportunity to address it fully. But it's not very often that we get to hear from the majority of our citizens about things that concern them. So if an opportunity is given to one, it should be given to the others, and then we will roll along with our business of the evening. Thank you, sir.
And I'll offer you the same thing if you so desire. Okay. See no more lights on, and I have no indication from anybody else in the public that they want to speak to this issue. What is your pleasure?
Move the approval to the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I wanted to be clear on my comments earlier about the ambient music within the license to use that already exists, which is perfectly acceptable. My concerns with the language as it reads is the potential for a conflict of what stands in place. Is it the LTU or is it the noise ordinance? So late at night, when our officers are trying to sort this out, and the license to use appears to give them the opportunity to have that amplified music, and the level is not really defined in here. And I have been contacted about the concern about the amplified music. I think everyone on council has been, that we have a community, especially downtown, where people live, work, and play. And as I said earlier, play has outweighed the live part. And there's people in our community, downtown area in particular, that have invested for years in the downtown and have helped to create the vitality of it that it exists right now. So I feel that if the compromise in the language here of not allowing it at all, or the language that exists here, is to simply insert, and I'm saying this for the benefit of Ms. Burnett so she won't have to write everything I read, on item 6, establishments permitted to have outdoor seating areas offering amplified and/or live music must control and limit the ambient noise. This is where I'm inserting language. Not allowing music to extend beyond their own license to use area, and then goes back to the wording, in conformance with the City of Pensacola noise ordinance. That this will accomplish a measurable distance for the police officers or for the business person to know what they are being held to, and if there are exceptions to be made for special events, certain locations. This is our baseline. This is what we start with. So I think it's important that that be there, and that is my motion to amend number 6 with that language.
Second.
Okay, so that's an amendment to Dr. Pratt's motion. You often that as an amendment to Dr. Pratt's motion.
Right. Just an amendment to it, not a substitute.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Gerald's.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for the maker of the substitute motion, or the amendment to the motion. And that is, how will they contain the music? You're playing music outside on the sidewalk. How will it be contained between businesses without walls or barriers of some sort? How do you?
It already occurs in many cases. Many of the restaurants, the coffee house, Dollar Hide Music. It may extend faintly, like Mr. Abson said, 10 feet beyond their business, but then you arrive at their business and you can hear it comfortably and still have a conversation. But what's happened is that the noise ordinance is not being enforced either in cases of late night calls that, the music is so loud. So these licensed to use areas have music that extends beyond their business, and it's encroaching on other uses in downtown.
Well, then in that case, can we designate a certain number of decibels that each business?
I think the noise ordinance actually addresses the decibel issue. I'm just saying the language isn't adequate in number 6 to address this issue, to give the police or the business owner somewhere to start their conversation on what should or should not be done.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Spencer.
As much as I really do appreciate Councilwoman DeWeese' attempt to administer some level of no pun intended, or maybe not to misuse the word, but peace in the neighborhood amongst neighbors. I'm just imagining, for instance, I know that Carmen's Lunch Cafe just opened this week, and I can stand on the other side of Palafox and I can hear that music from Carmen's. It's not disturbing, it's not loud, it's no, but I just think Councilman Gerald's just brought up an excellent point. I think that's to be dealt with not on the license to use, but on the noise ordinance. It is pretty difficult to have sound recognize a legal just boundary, but there are ways to create measurements or rules using decibels and other distances from the source. But that's, and talk about process, I just think that is such a significant alteration to what is being proposed that there are many business owners that would be upset that they didn't hear about it.
Is that it? Mr. Reynolds.
So I don't support the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm concerned that we're essentially giving a police officer on the street two different standards to try to enforce here. And we already know that they're having enough difficulty enforcing the current standard when it comes to the noise ordinance. And if we have a split, I don't think there's any doubt that we have to take another look at the noise ordinance at some point. But if what we're doing is splitting the variable of noise coming from a building or from the license to use area, you're putting that police officer in an incredibly difficult situation. As I stated before, they're already having some problems determining whether or not there is a violation as it stands now based on our current ordinance. And as Ms. Morris said earlier, staff originally had decided that the best option to move forward on was to not have any amplified music at all. And I think that rather than try to dice this up into multiple time, space, music continuums, if we could either make it easier, either you allow it or you don't allow it. If you do allow it, of course it has to fall within the recognized ordinance as it stands when it comes to music, so or noise. I'm just really concerned that what we're doing is having a couple options out there, making it even more difficult to enforce. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think it's time we brought this in for a landing. I'm not going to support the amended motion presented by Ms. DeWeese, and I appreciate that. I think that's two bites of the apple and not. I'd like to just take one bite. I won't support the amendment, although I understand her reasoning, and I appreciate that. So I think we take a look at that a little bit later down the road. I'd like to call for a vote on the amended motion and then move very quickly to the original motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
There's not a second on that. Ms. DeWeese.
I just wanted clarification. I'm trying to read through the documents provided under item 23 for Monday's meeting of what exists now as far as the ambient music. I know there's several establishments that have accomplished that quite favorably for everyone, people walking by as well as people, dining or enjoying the restaurant.
Currently, there's no reference, Councilwoman DeWeese, as to ambient music, amplified music outside. It all falls under the noise ordinance. And that's, there was discussion of what you referred to at the planning board level as far as trying to stipulate something within the license to use language. But because of the nature of the irregularity of the sidewalk and how some of the license to use areas are split, and so they might have 3 feet here and 4 feet here, limiting it to the license to use area certainly would be problematic for officers. But also we were concerned about not being consistent with our noise ordinance being applied consistently and uniformly throughout the city. So we, in this ordinance, we were either proposing, as Mr. Reynolds said, to either allow it or not. But all uses, be it a licensed use or exterior uses on private property or sound coming from inside a building, would all be subject to Chapter 8 of the City Code, which is where the noise ordinance is contained. So.
And Mr. President, was that discussed then in the planning board setting and also at the DIB, the noise ordinance, the portion that would contain the music or amplified music, whether live or taped, to the establishment? Is that a firm understanding of what the noise ordinance enforces? Because that would accomplish the same thing I'm trying to accomplish here.
Ms. Morris.
Yes, Councilman Hall and Councilwoman Deweese, the planning board has their authority to make recommendations on Chapter 12, the Land Development Code. So while discussion was given to Chapter 8, they actually have no authority to make recommendations to changes of that code section. Being outside of the Land Development Code, it's outside their scope of authority. That being said, as I said, they did give a good bit of discussion to the allow it or don't and the application of the noise ordinance, and they fell on the side of allowing outside amplified music with continued enforcement of the city's noise ordinance as it currently exists or amended in the future. So they were agreeable to leaving it at that it would be uniformly applied, be it a licensed use area or private property.
Thank you. And Mr. President, with that further clarification, and my accomplishment that I'm trying to get here tonight is that we understand what is to be enforced and what's expected of all parties. And if the noise ordinance, if there could be further mention of exactly the portion that's being referenced to in the LTU as far as outdoor seating, I believe that would accomplish the same thing. And I may not be here when this comes back to council for final, but I just would like to make note of that if we could address the noise ordinance and strengthen the language in number 6. And I will withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Myers, she's withdrawn her motion. Were you wanting to speak to that amendment?
I was going to withdraw my second and suggest that we take up the noise ordinance at the next committee of the whole.
Okay. Now, Ms. Dubuisson, I got, you're good. All right, great. Okay, what's your pleasure, council?
We already have a motion. It's already on the floor.
Oh, you got the vote? Yeah, okay. Got you. Okay, please vote.
Dr. Wu? You didn't beat us.
Okay, and that 1, 2, 3. That passes on a 6-3 vote. Okay, thank you. Council? Mr. Weiss.
May we address the police concerns, bring forward that item from the new business? I'd like to make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, we got a second on that?
Yes.
Okay.
What was the motion?
Want to discuss
Just to
it?
bring forward the discussion on the police levy.
We're going to move the one portion of new business right now forward to, okay? All right. Well, you're just busy over there. I didn't know. PC asked me.
We're voting on whether to discuss the police.
Mr. Johnson?
Sure.
What's the motion?
Is to move the one portion of what was going to be new business forward to give the police an opportunity to address.
Okay, just that one issue, right?
Just that one issue.
Under new business, and then, but we're still going to have new business later on.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, that's the motion. All right, I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Please. Mr. Gerald, you wanted to say something?
Yes, and as we're moving that issue up on the, as you indicated, that we could do the same thing with the folks who are here for the library.
Okay, and what I would ask you to do is after we deal with this is then you make that motion.
I will, but the reason I spoke at this point is because Ms. Myers said, well, that one issue. No, it's going to be two issues. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. All right. And that passes unanimously. Okay. Open up the floor to council here. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate you allowing us to have this discussion now and council supporting it. My greatest concern is the issue, the two separate issues, and I think they need to be dealt with separately. Obviously, if we, I think we know who the other person is that represented himself as a good friend of the mayor, and if in fact they are a representative of the DIB, that this must be officially responded to by the DIB as well. The letter should be forwarded to them. My greatest concern is if the mayor has contacted these two officers since the incident on Friday night, and I don't know if anyone can answer that or if the two officers are actually here tonight. I don't really want to call them out, but does someone know if our mayor has contacted either of them?
Councilwoman DeWeese, I know that Mr. Reynolds has had a meeting with the chief. I do not think the mayor has contacted the chief other than that one night, but I would defer to him if he wishes to answer, but as far as I know, no, it has not happened.
So our mayor since Friday has not contacted either of these officers?
Not that I'm aware of.
I can say if this were me in this situation and I had behaved in such a manner, I would have been running to someone's door the next day. I am sorry for what has happened for these two officers. I'm so proud to see your fellow officers here supporting you. You have a brotherhood and sisterhood that most people don't experience in life. So I'm so proud that you're here and that you've waited 2 more hours to have this discussion. This is a point that council does need to investigate this. I am saddened that it even happened, and I'm even more frustrated that our mayor has not reached out to his 2 officers that were so terribly insulted and treated so poorly, and certainly in public. I think others saw this complete disrespect for these officers. And I know Ms. Myers, I will defer to her. She said she had a path through this and some ideas for how we may deal with the situation, so I won't make the motion at this point, but I would certainly support investigating this and understanding exactly what has happened here.
Ms. DeWeese, if I may.
Yes.
Council President. May I
Yes,
speak?
please. Yes.
Eric Goss, I'm the president of Fraternal Order of Police here. It wasn't so much of a matter as a personal attack on these officers. From what I've spoken with them, they're more upset about the general feeling that the mayor's office has for the police officers in whole that put their lives in line each and every day. And it's just a pattern of disrespect we felt for quite a while, and it's just sort of boiling over to this is a blatant, obvious act, and that's what they were mostly concerned about, not just for them personally, but for us as a whole.
And I would hope an apology is forthcoming. So I'm done with my comments, and I support Ms. Myers' process that she'd like to bring forward. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I apologize for not seeing in what order the lights were turned in. I know Dr. Wu was the last one to light up. So I'll be calling on Mr. Townsend, Mr. Geralds, Ms. Myers, then Dr. Wu. But before we go any further down discussion, I want to revisit this kind of some old business here, but it's germane to this conversation. As soon as the new charter was adopted, a lot of people think that the new charter didn't go into effect until January 2011. Actually, it went into effect immediately. After most portions of it went into effect immediately after the citizens, I think, wisely chose to take it on a new form of government. And before we even knew who the candidates for mayor was, there were some concerns raised by people under the old regime, the council manager form of government, is the need for an internal audit function for the city council. Remember, I brought that up a couple of times on the council before Ms. Myers and Mr. Spencer joined. I know that Dr. Pratt was big on that issue as well. We were unable to get support for the rest of the council members. And then after the election, which fully transitioned us into the new charter in 2011, I had brought that very subject up again. And so, and it got no traction. And I think there was a big honeymoon that was going on with the new government. There was an extreme level of cooperation with Ms. DeWeese as the president and the mayor. And I think most of us know date certain when a lot of that went sour. And so, but I don't want anybody to get caught up into personalities. Who's sitting in the mayor's office is that, and I'm not, look, I'm hearing what your argument is. I'm just trying to look at the bigger issue and how we can resolve things like this. And is that we need to have that internal audit function for the council. Now, it's not just so simple as having an internal audit committee. Florida statute's pretty specific about it, and we'd actually have to hire us an internal auditor. I'm not saying they'd have to be there full-time, but there's certain qualifications that go along with that. And so I hope out of this discussion tonight, whether we treat this as a separate issue or we use it as a segue to get that internal audit function. I'm not going to be on council, and I'm certainly not on a witch hunt, but I just want to make sure that the integrity of City Hall is protected. And I think everybody, both the executive and the legislative branch and the citizens of Pensacola, should welcome that. And when we've got that type of control, then I think everybody wins. Well, all right, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. If this is a matter under the jurisdiction of the council, I strongly recommend that we do not do the investigation from this podium. This investigation should be impartial until you see what evidence that has been presented, and then you make a decision. So I would caution council to whatever statements that are made here, that they are neutral and unbiased to anything, and whatever, if you want an investigation, we make a determination how you're going to do it, but let's not do the investigation from this podium without listening to all of the facts involved. Thank you.
Very wisely said. Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and those are my sentiments exactly. My experience in education, dealing with children, dealing with my own children, and even being a child. You cannot make judgments until you've heard both sides of the story. And I'm sure the police probably use this in their procedures from time to time. But if you hear from one side, and that would be the purpose of the investigation. And as Mr. Townsend has indicated, we want to hear both sides of the story. We've heard what they've had to say. We want to hear what the other side has to say. And hopefully the investigation or whatever happens next will provide us with enough information to make decisions or recommendations. But and you know, children often do this. They do it in school every day. And when you hear, well, what did you do? And that was something that my father used to do to me. Once I told my side of the story, whether it involved another child or my sisters and brothers, and he would listen to my side of the story, and he'd always ask, what were you doing while all this was going on? What were you doing? Because he realized he had to hear the other side, because there was always two sides to a story. So if we can hold judgment and comments until we get the facts, I think that would be appropriate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Myers.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. What I've heard disturbs me on a number of levels. But one level, I will tell you this, is for approximately a little over 3 years, I was a volunteer parking enforcement officer for the Sheriff's Department. And so I acquired an acute sense, I believe, of respect for what law enforcement personnel do on the street. It's very dangerous work. People will shoot you over a parking ticket. It is very stressful to have to deal with many different variables when you're out there on the street. When you leave home, you don't ever know what you're going to be confronted with. And what concerns me is that these officers were possibly affected in terms of how they perform their jobs. And it really concerns me. I think that this is an example of the type of situation the council possibly should exercise its powers under the charter to investigate. Now, we have, but I do agree with Mr. Geralds and Mr. Townsend that we do not need to investigate this from this dais. We do not have enough information. However, I do think that this is something our executive staff should be tasked with getting all of the information that's possible to get and bring it to us at the next committee of the whole, and we can decide at that committee whether it warrants us doing a further investigation. So that's how I would like to approach it. I think that we need to resolve this, and we don't need to just shove it under the carpet. They have come to us, they have asked us to exercise our investigative power. I think that we should, at the very least, start looking at all of the facts and getting all of the information that we possibly can get. And I believe that our executive staff, Dr. Lila Cox, is certainly capable of doing that. And that's what I would like for council to recommend that she do. And I would like for her to have the full cooperation of the mayor's office, the DIB, the police department, and anyone else in terms of gathering the information and bringing that to us. So I'll make the motion that we direct our executive staff to not investigate, but to gather information, as much information as possible, and bring her findings to the city council so that we can decide if this is a matter we want to exercise our charter powers and investigate.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. And I had 3 lights on before that motion was made. I have the names written down here so that you won't get skipped over, but I am going to ask the clerk to clear the lights so that if you wish to speak specifically to this motion rather than to the general conversation that we were having, please indicate with your lights. Okay, Dr. Wu and then Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think my statement has probably 2 or 3 segments. The segment 1 that I did not mention when I spoke earlier was that I cannot speak for anyone else. I cannot speak for any other office, but all I know at this time is 2 officers felt offended, and I personally wanted to extend my apology to those officers. Step number 2 is that I would like to see, prior to what Ms. Myers is suggesting or concurrent with it, now that the mayor's office knows that there's a serious situation, I would like to see an opportunity afforded the office to see what they will do. And if that effort is not successful, then I believe the option that we have is still available. Now, I have no objection if it's a parallel action, but if we can solve the problem, I think that's what's first and foremost in mind. So I just want to put that on the table. And again, I cannot speak for anybody else but myself, but to the officers, the men and women that were involved, I offer my apology. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. I will not be supporting the motion. Dr. Cox has been here 1 week. I'm not sure of, for lack of a better word, maybe the cooperation that she would receive in this. And I'm kind of leaning towards what Dr. Wu said. I think that we really should get, we should very respectfully request from the mayor's office to give us an accounting on what he, of what happened. I'd like to hear their side, and then always have the option to do our investigation. But I just don't think Dr. Cox right now would be the person to try to get to the bottom of this. I'd like to get maybe get a response or get some kind of comments from the mayor's office about exactly what happened. You know, with police officers, you know, we must trust them. I mean, their word. We have to trust their word, and if we you know, and also I agree that there's always two sides to every story. I realize that, and I think that that's important not to lose sight of. There's always two sides, but I'm not ready to throw Dr. Cox into this right now. I think that I would like to see some type of written response from the mayor's office of what exactly happened. Again, I trust our police officers. I have the utmost respect for them. I've lived in this community since 1965, and they do a terrific job for us. I believe them. If we can't believe our police officers, who can we believe? I mean, we have to, if a police officer come forth, if we've had not one but two police officers that had something happen last Friday night, something happened. I'm not sure. I'm not here to pass judgment immediately. I don't have enough information. I do know that I trust our police officers. Again, there's two sides to every story, and I'm looking forward to hearing the other side. But right now, to ask Dr. Cox to do this investigation, I don't think is really, I'm just not ready to do that. Maybe down the road I will be, but right now I think that we ask for some type of response from the mayor's office, let them come forth with what happened, and then we can revisit this issue. But I appreciate the motion. I'm just not ready to do that. And again, I appreciate Mr. Gerald's and Mr. Townsend's comments about there's two sides to every story. With that said, I do trust our police officers completely, and I appreciate everything they do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Even if this, I don't know how the motion is going to do after a vote, but if it fails, I'd like to have Mr. Reynolds have the chief give us the police officer's report, distribute that out to council. But I would ask, at least preliminarily, that their names be omitted. You know, I don't want to turn it into a personal thing. I'd like to be able to read the reports without knowing who it is that made the reports. And so, if we need a vote on that to get you to do that, Mr. Reynolds, we can. And if not, I just hope you'll say that you'll give those to us. Okay, agree?
I will have the chief deliver whatever information you need.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And Mr. Spencer, there was 3 people that had their lights on, and that I had the clerk clear. 2 of the people of those 3 have spoken anyway. Do you wish to speak to this amendment?
Yes, I do.
Or the motion? Okay, please.
Thanks. Yes, I do not support the motion, although I'm sure that our new council executive is capable of numerous assignments. Mm-hmm. So it's my lack of support should not be interpreted as lack of confidence in her. And I think I'm confident that the mayor's office will, after tonight's meeting, respond. And most importantly, I think what this particular incident has brought to the surface is the fact that we've got a very successful event called Gallery Night. We've got an agency that is not well funded. The hours for Gallery Night are directly related to the amount of funds that are available to keep the streets open, to pay for the additional police force necessary to provide safe roadways. And I think we've got an opportunity to come up with a solution which I believe is much more important, that we focus on for the public that comes to downtown to enjoy Pensacola and the gallery night. And what I believe, as a council member that sits on DIB, that this particular incident has very much highlighted the importance of having a gallery night that is not interrupted at 9 p.m. And what occurred was we basically were expecting a police force to transform a non-vehicular 24-foot wide promenade, which was packed full of people, happy people, revelry, and to, in a moment's notice, transform that into a working vehicular roadway. It's pretty much close to impossible task. And I think the contradiction of the attitude and the basically, again, the celebration of a gallery night with the immediate, sudden, unexpected, but necessary enforcement in what some described as an aggressive way, but aggressive because it was for their safety, is a misunderstanding that must basically, it's a collision, it's a juxtaposition of two different uses of the same swath of pavement. And I think we have a responsibility to do what we can to help change that. And so as a council member that sits on DIB, I'm certainly going to do my best to do it. And so, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Johnson's points were well taken. With all due respect to Dr. Cox, I think that maybe throwing her in on this in her first, after just 1 week, might not be the best way to do it. And so I think that we could get that same information via the mayor's office, to ask for the mayor's office to give us an accounting of what you know, the other side of the story, as Mr. Townsend and Mr. Gerald's mentioned, and some information about if the stories basically jibe, how we're going to avoid this kind of situation in the future. So I support the concept, but if the maker of the motion would be interested in changing it from directing Dr. Cox to requesting that the mayor's office provide their side of the story, I would support that. Thank you.
Okay. And Ms. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to offer the maker of the motion a friendly amendment. I think the statement she made, that we inquire into this is not an official investigation, that the purpose of the motion was to obtain all documents available regarding the situation, as well as an official response from the mayor, and have that be on the agenda for the next committee of the whole meeting. I think that sounds like what everyone wants to have happen anyway. We don't meet until November 13th, so there's certainly plenty of time for that to be brought forward. So if the maker of the motion is willing to amend that motion to exclude directly involving our new executive and ask for all these documents to be brought together for staff to provide them for the next committee of the whole on November 13th.
Does that need a second, or are you asking
No, I'm asking the maker.
maker of the motion to?
I accept the friendly amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Is that it, Ms. DeWeese?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, all the lights that I have on right now at this moment have spoken before, and you will get a chance to speak again, but we do have two members of the public who wish to speak. Ms. Dubuisson. Now, I had already pulled your card out because you'd put in one for open forum on this topic. Will that count?
I won't speak at open forum. I mean, this is the
right.
topic that I was going to speak on. And with all due respect to council, I do understand that you are looking now at how this investigation or this inquiry should proceed. As a citizen who has regularly gone to gallery night and who regularly attends the DIB meetings, as well as all of the subcommittee meetings, and who has great respect for the men in blue of this city, who honestly are the lifeline of keeping our community in its forward-moving place, I respectfully ask that you look at this not as how do we solve the transition from pedestrian to vehicular, but how do we have the processes of this city be honored by all elements of this city. A permit was pulled for a 5 to 9 event. The city police, the city special events committee, and the DIB staff sat in multiple meetings to determine how most effectively to incorporate the transition. A plan was made and it was executed, and from all reports it was working until a certain individual made reference to the fact that they had not been informed and so it should not occur. And a meltdown occurred at that point because officers who had been directed by their superiors to perform in a certain manner were being overridden. That is the question, I believe, that needs to be looked at. Do the men in blue do what their chief of police tells them to do and what they understand the process of the evening to be, unless a matter of public safety immediately presents? Or do they go by the personal opinion of someone who happens to be over their chief of police? I will not name names because I was not present, but I did speak with one of the individuals who was referenced earlier, and he told me when he walked out, he thought a bomb had been dropped because he saw a blue light. Well, I'm sorry, but when I see a blue light, I feel safe. I don't feel a bomb has been dropped. And I believe the citizens of Pensacola need to know that their policemen are going to do what they have been directed to do by the processes of our city and not by the whim of someone's personal mood of the evening. So I would request that as you look forward to how we handle this in the future, you honor the fact that those policemen stand up and use their best judgment. And if they've got a second guess, is it what somebody else wants them to do? They may just hesitate a little too long sometime. And I believe they deserve the credibility of having gone through the training and having the excellent processes they have in place as an organization. Please honor them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Sure.
Ms. Dubuisson, thank you very much for that very passionate statement. But I just want to, I've been to, I give this away, I've been to Mardi Gras. Mardi Gras on Fat Tuesday at midnight, the quarter is closed. There's police lights that come on. There's lights that come on. It is closed. And anybody that gets in the way of a police officer is going to have serious problems. So I think that I've been at Gallery Night when we've shut it down, and I think that they do a very professional job. I will also again tell people that I've been at Fat Tuesday at midnight. I dare to say that. It's a long time ago when way back in my wild days. But I've been there, and they clear the streets, and it's done. So I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Miss Liz Watkins.
Hi, Liz Watkins, 2019 Augusta Avenue, and I wish I could speak as well as Dottie does. She's amazing. I was in one of the meetings that Dottie was referred to, and I thought it was quite clear that the police were supposed to clear the streets at 9 o'clock. I don't know why that word didn't get out. The council and the citizens have allowed the mayor to bully and strong-arm Pensacolians for far too long. Where is the mayor? Why isn't he here? That has been the question. If I were one of the officers, I would be offended if this council does not take action on this matter. Why do you need the other side? These are police officers. We should trust them. I trust them. I have lived here 30 years. And what Chief Simmons has done with this police department and bringing it to the level that he has in just a few short years he's been a chief is amazing. You know, I've seen a lot of things in Pensacola. So I ask again, why isn't the mayor coming to the meetings? You could hear his other side right now if he was here, instead of having to wait to the next committee of the whole on the 13th. Then everybody can forget about it, just like they forget about other things that were supposed to be talked about in future meetings, and everything just gets swept under the rug. We need to do something about this. This is a problem.
Thank you. Dr. Wu. Wait a minute. Dr. Pratt, have I called on you yet?
I'm not lit up right
Okay,
now.
all right.
Looks like I didn't think I was done.
Dr. Wu.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just a quick statement. Again, I'm speaking for myself, but I believe in this statement that I would probably speak for many other on council, that I want to make sure that the two officers concerned are protected. That because you speak, that you're not put in danger. And I'm not asking for the name, but I am asking for status as we proceed. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Dr. Wood. Ms. Myers?
Yes, I just want to plead with council not to sweep this issue under the rug. This motion is real simple. We're just asking for more information to be brought to the committee of the whole. The reason I thought it was appropriate for Dr. Cox is because somebody has to get the information and bring it to us. And that's all that my original motion was asking her to do. I don't think it's too much to ask, but council doesn't feel comfortable with asking her to do it. I do. I'm just sitting here reminded of the first job I got right out of law school. I was given 200 cases in a legal aid office that were in a complete state of disarray. Can you imagine walking right out of law school and getting 200 cases? And I had to run to court on a bunch of them. And I think that Dr. Cox is very capable, and in my opinion, to all I was asking of her to do was just get whatever information somebody has, statement from the mayor, whatever, and bring it to council. But council doesn't feel comfortable with that. I just want it to be addressed at the committee of the whole so we can decide based on the information we have, more information hopefully than what we have tonight, as whether it warrants a further investigation. That's all this motion is about. This motion is not about investigating anything at this point. It's about gathering information. So I hope council will at least support getting more information to be brought to the committee of the whole. And at that time, we can have a further discussion of it. And based on the information we have, we don't have enough information tonight to make that decision. I'm just trying to get us to the place where we can make that decision. So I hope the council will support this motion. Let's try to get everybody's side that wants to weigh in on this, has some information to present. Let's look at it at the next committee of the whole, and then let's decide if it warrants a further investigation by the council. That's it.
Okay.
Can we do that?
Okay, and Ms. Myers, on the issue of Dr. Cox, I think she is the logical point for that the information to go to, because she's here 5 days a week, all day long. But to actually name her in there, I think kind of makes her a little bit of a lightning rod in the issue, and just let her perform as staff member. Okay. All right, Mr. Gerald.
Well, I was about to say that you could clear my light, but I heard a suggestion that we go with what we've heard. If we lived in a society where one person can come forward and accuse someone of something else and we don't listen to the other side, we just take action, that would be grossly unfair. And I will stick to my comments earlier about hearing the other side of the story. And based on doing that, that to me is the only way you can make an intelligent decision. And I believe it's already been discussed where that information has been requested from either Mr. Reynolds and or Chief Simmons. And we continue to sort of just drag this thing out. But I believe that for me personally, I'm going to have to hear comments from the other side. Thank you.
Okay. And I agree with you, Mr. Gerald. When I heard that particular comment about they're policemen, they're honorable, and I'd consider myself.
And it's not a matter of trust of the police officers.
I do.
That's not the question here.
I understand that. And the reason I was concerned about it is because then we could just do away with our whole court system. You know, the police says, you know, so-and-so did this, you're guilty, and move on. And so I do believe in giving both sides the opportunity, and that's what this is about. Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, I am confused. Okay, didn't you, Mr. President, Mr. Council President, request that the city administrator, Mr. Reynolds, bring information back to us?
Yeah, mine was limited to reports from the police officers themselves.
Reports from the police officers.
Police officers themselves. And I would certainly hope that if the mayor has a side of the story that he'd like to present, that would be part of it. But specifically, I asked for the reports from the police officers. So,
all right.
And he's agreed to do that.
All right. Thank you. That's adequate for me.
Okay. Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope no one interpreted my remarks about doing the investigation from this podium as not believing or having any trust in police officers, because that's not the intent of my remark. Additionally, it disturbs me when a member of our council suggests that hope we don't put it under the rug or somewhat similar to that. That's totally ridiculous. I think we really need to review the facts and make a decision. And that's all we're saying. Even during the line of their duties, they do a complete investigation.
Yeah.
And they don't take just one side of the story from a portion. They do a complete investigation. And that's what we must do to make a reasonable decision on what happened. So we are not putting anything under the carpet, under the rug, or anywhere. We're trying to put it on the table so we can see what actually happened. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I'll add to that, Mr. Townsend, is that many of the investigations that our police department does, they hand over to FDLE to take care of. So, Rob? Yes, sir.
May I address you again?
Yes, sir.
Under these certain circumstances, there is no official report made by the officers. They were asked to compile letters of the incident, of what happened to them for their own personal use, and they relayed it to me and President Goss. I don't know at this time if Chief Simmons is privileged to have that information at this time or not. Under section 4.02 of the charter, paragraph 3, it gives y'all the right to investigate individuals, and it also gives you subpoena power. I don't think the mayor is going to volunteer information to you. I think that y'all are going to have to discuss this with, I don't know, the city attorneys to find out what your procedure is for conducting an investigation and properly subpoenaing, if you have to subpoena these individuals and have them to testify to you as to what happened. The chief can request that this become a formal investigation in our police department and request officers to write a report. That's totally up to him. I'm not going to get involved in that. But It does give y'all the right to investigate and to subpoena. And I think y'all need to determine how you're going to do that investigation, what it incurs, and then go forward from that. I'm all for gathering information, but I don't think you're going to get someone to voluntarily give it to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Reynolds? Okay.
Mr. President?
Yes. I'm contemplating. Does anybody else wish to speak to this matter? Okay. Let's vote.
Please tell us what we're voting on.
Ms. Myers, restate your motion, please.
The motion is to have this issue placed on the committee of the whole, the next committee of the whole, and any additional information brought to us at that time so that we can determine whether it warrants an investigation under the powers granted to us under the charter.
Right. Okay. Everybody clear on that? All right, please vote. And that passes on an 8-1 vote. Okay. Thank you.
And now, Mr. President,
Yes.
if we can deal with the school board issue,
Library. Make your motion, Mr. Gerald.
I move that we listen to the people, since we've lost about 6 people over the last hour, hour and a half, that we listen to the individuals who have patiently waited to state their concerns and issues regarding the West Side Library.
Second.
The future of it.
Okay, that's fine. Do we need to have discussion on that? Please vote.
Brian, you got the. I apologize. To talk about the
Whether to
library.
allow the library supporters. Yes. Okay, and that passes unanimously. I do have 2 cards here for the library. Mr. Walter Gully?
I'm sorry, we can't hear you, sir.
Mr. Walter Gully? Mr. Clanton? Okay. Anyone else here who would like to speak to the West Side Library issue that has not spoken yet? Yes, sir. Okay, let's let Mr. Gully speak, please. Mr. Gully. And those wishing to speak to the issue, if you haven't filled out a blue card yet, please do. Welcome, Mr. Gully.
Good evening, Council President Hall, and to the City Council as a whole. I'm Walter Gully Jr., resident of Escambia County and a property owner in the city of Pensacola. This evening I am here supported by members of the Prince Hall Masonic family for Districts 1 and 2. We are here this evening to express our overwhelming support for the West Side Branch Library remaining in its present location for this particular time. Further, we are accompanied by over 300 signatures of citizens who are in support of the library remaining in its present address. Yes, this library serves as a Band-Aid on a matter which requires an educational surgical procedure. In 2004, the Southwest Library was built, and the cost was over $2 million. And we were originally seeking a similar development. However, due to budget constraints, the library was downsized with the promise of expansion in the near future. In a later budget, the sum of $1.5 million was budgeted for the relocating of this facility due to its growth challenges. This money was coming from the half-cent sales tax, and we believe our community has as much right as those in other communities of our dollars being equally share to meet the needs in our community. Now, we are here today because $1.5 million has been smoothly allocated for a new project at Legion Field, which was never in the original equation. Consequently, we are here today to vehemently oppose the moving of the library, and by no means should this impact the construction of the facility at Legion Field. Perhaps it may cause for the deleting of the proposed library at that site. We have nothing against the Legion Field project. As a matter of fact, we support the Legion Field project. However, the location on Cervantes Street better serves the immediate needs of the students and young people who live in Addicts Court, Morris Court 1, 2, and 3, Brownsville, along with the retirement facility on Cervantes, as well as many other citizens in the Pensacola community. Many of the students living in these housing areas are academically challenged in terms of their reading scores on the FCAT. Hence, we know the state is now using the third grade test scores on the FCAT to determine the building of the number of prisons in the future. Therefore, we are here individually as well as collectively requesting that you give strong consideration to rescinding your motion, allowing a library to be a part of the Legion Field project if, and only if, it will cause the West Side Library to be closed. In addition, we further request that you make it a priority in the next budget or over the next 3 to 4 years that you put in the budget to allocate that $1.5 million, which was promised previously to upgrade the West Side Library, providing it with an opportunity to serve the community better. In closing, we know that in 2017, the half-cent sales tax will expire. So therefore, at the least, we are requesting that over the next 4 years, that you allocate a portion of money designed after a 4-year period maximum to build a brand new library for West Side branch. Thank you.
Okay, before you leave, Ms. Myers may have a question for you. Ms. Myers?
Well, I want to thank you for coming down here, and I agree with you 100%. I was passionately opposed to moving the West Side Library over to Legion Field, and I still am. I think if any neighborhood needs and deserves a library, the neighborhood that library services right now deserves and needs. That library needs to stay there, and I want to address this issue. I wanted to address, I will address the issue again. Well, I may not be allowed to speak again, but I'll tell you what, I want to make a motion after everyone speaks on the West Side Library issue. I would like to make a motion.
Okay, and that's fine. You know, I know we've got this agendaed for next month. People want to talk about it tonight, that's great. But it's already on the agenda for next month. What I'm hoping for, rather than having it on the committee of the whole, is we just have a special committee of the whole meeting dealing with this altogether, because it apparently is a much bigger issue than I ever anticipated it to be, and people are very, very passionate about it, and I think it just becomes almost unmanageable to have it in with all the other business that we'll be conducting in November.
Well, if I may, I also want to address the issue of trying to find a way to keep the library hours, the libraries open longer because of the...
And that was part of what we had on the agenda for next month. Everything library was part of that.
Now, so you're saying that you want to have a special meeting
That's-
of the Committee of the Whole,
Yes, to deal just with libraries.
just with libraries.
Just with libraries.
Okay, and when will that,
Well, that's what we would need a
Would-
motion for and set a date.
okay, well,
And it would probably be Dr. Cox having to coordinate it, giving everybody to see what is a workable date for
okay.
that.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
If it's appropriate at this time.
Sure.
I'm going to make a motion that the council have a special committee of the whole to address the West Side Library issues and the issue of library hours for all of the city libraries.
Okay, that sounds good. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second. Mr. Geralds.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Gully and company for stepping forward, because once the announcement was made to relocate the West Side branch, I began to receive telephone calls, and I'm happy to hear that they've done some additional work in terms of getting over 300 signatures, and to have this item on the agenda for discussion that will lead into Mr. Gully's comments as it relates to establishing a fund out of the half-cent sales tax to plan for, to set aside those dollars to plan for a bona fide West Side Library branch. And he's correct about his dates. All of this started in 2004, and at the Committee of the Whole or the special meeting, I will be most happy to somewhat present a brief history on where it all started with the Blue Ribbon Committee and how we got to where we are today. But I certainly I'm in 100% support of keeping the West Side branch at its present location until the funds can be raised and to build a larger branch. But based on the high utilization at that library, to close it right now would be a mistake, a huge mistake. And we want to keep it over the resources, the people are using it, and I guess at this point it would be a reconsideration, because we did vote to combine the two venues, but I think a reconsideration to move or shut down in any way the West Side Branch Library, it should remain where it is, and we should begin to make plans for a permanent branch, because we knew it was small at the beginning in '05. We knew it was a small branch, but it was slated to be a temporary branch. And then we started working on that $1.5 million that Mr. Gully mentioned to build a permanent branch on the west side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm just going to ask for some understanding here. We're going to be voting on having a special meeting. We can take all day on this if necessary. And I don't see any value added to continue discussing this tonight when we're going to have an entire meeting for it. So any of you, I'll just go by Mr. Clanton. Is there Mr. Clanton here?
No. Yeah,
he's gone. Okay. Mr. Gully's already spoken. Ms. Diane Robinson, you willing to wait to you need to speak tonight?
Because I'm opposing you guys moving the library to wherever. But the Masonic Brothers have done a real good job here, and I just want to thank them for coming down, because I'm fairly new here, and I have attended that library several times. It has been, and it needs to be extended and made so people can use it, and the population is huge there, and that library needs to stay there. That's
Okay, thank you, Ms. Robinson.
Would you all like the signatures?
Sure, if you'd give them to the clerk over here, please. Thank you, Mr. Gully. Gary, can we just have your comments reserved for that all-day-long library committee meeting?
Yes, I'll be patient.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Geralds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and if I may, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to the motion that's on the floor, that of all the things we want to discuss about libraries, that we put funding on that list. Because there are some funding issues with the county and others, but if we can add funding, if if you will agree to that amendment, we can do that.
I accept that friendly amendment.
And as I said on the Monday meeting, I just consider this meeting to be all things library. All things, including our relationship with the county and yada, 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 yada. Okay, all right, please vote.
Mr. Weiss?
Mr. Weiss?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you call for the vote. Excuse me.
Okay, and that passes 8-1. Dr. Pratt, dissenting. Okay. And Dr. Cox, on that, what we need you to do is coordinate at best time for us to have a meeting. And I would rather start it at 9 o'clock in the morning, to be honest with you. Some people are probably going to have some issues with that. So not only poll on a good date, but a good time to start the meeting. And if we do it over a day starting at 9, we may need you to provide some nourishment for us at lunchtime as well.
Here.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, I think we can get back on schedule here, and my apologies to Ms. Boland out there. You've been very patient, and I've seen you wilt over time, but thank you for your patience. Madam Clerk, item 7.
There are none.
Mr. Reynolds?
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, Mr. Barker will give his economic report.
Could I, Mayor's report? Would council be willing to have Mr. Barker just send us the report this month?
That would be good. It's actually online already, so if council wants to go online, if you have any questions, certainly let Mr. Reynolds know, and he'll forward them to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you much. Are we in the mayor's report?
Yes.
Yeah, I was just wondering, Mr. President, if I could respectfully ask for some information from Mr. Reynolds. I understand we have a new employee here at City Hall, Tamara. I believe she's in public relations. I'm not sure if she's a contract employee or a city employee. Could you give us some information on that, Mr. Reynolds? Thank you.
Yeah, I can forward you all that information.
Is there any way we can get a brief description tonight of what her name and all? I know that I've had some citizens hear about this.
Her name is Tamara Fountain, and I can send you over all the information you need tomorrow.
Is she, what is her job title? Could you share that with us?
I'm not actually sure what her job title is at the moment, Councilman. I can get you all that information tomorrow, though.
She must have just started yesterday, then.
She started in the last 2 weeks or so.
Okay. If you could forward that to us, because I've had some people ask me about that, and I tell you, we talk about transparency all the time, and I'm just not sure who this person is, so I want to apologize to everybody watching tonight. When I get that information, if you'll stop me on the street, I'll share it with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Reynolds?
No, sir.
All right. Council communications. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to share the work day that's coming up on November 10th. It's the further work between District 3 and 4, meeting at the border on Scenic Highway and improving where the condominiums are there just south of Hyde Park, and also possibly Park Place. The owner came down from New York, owns the entire complex, and said, I sure wish it looked better across the street. So I'll be contacting that person as well. It's nothing we vote on, so I'll certainly communicate everything to you as well, Councilman Johnson, but that is November 10th on Scenic Highway. If anyone does want to attend, wear gloves, bring water, and park on Hyde Park Road. And it's a long time before the 10th, so but we don't meet again, so I hope everyone remembers to come on out. Thank you.
Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I want to report on some fabulous news for Uptown Pensacola. We've had actually three great stores. Belk had a ribbon cutting, I think, week before last. They have opened their new store at Cordova Mall, and it is absolutely fabulous. And I hope everyone read the Pensacola News Journal Sunday, October 21st, the business section called Retail Makeover. about the new Belk store and the Marshalls that has opened in Cordova Common, Ulta, which is a cosmetic store, and the mayor was at Belk, the ribbon cutting for Belk, and he cut the ribbon. He gave a great speech and welcome. There were about 400 people there to get into the store. Then the next week, the mayor was at Marshall's for the ribbon cutting, gave a great welcome to about 500 people who were lined up to get in. And of course, the chamber was represented there also at both of those ribbon cuttings. And the mayor talked about the contribution of all of these stores to the uptown area and the city of Pensacola. If you haven't read this great article by Kimberly Blair, you can go to the Pensacola News Journal and read it. It's a very extensive article about the growth of businesses in the uptown area. The only thing I wish the article had mentioned, though, when you read the article, it's about these stores, but what it doesn't mention is that all of these stores, including Fresh Market, by the way, that will be opening soon and is hiring 80 to 90 employees, is that these stores are located in the city of Pensacola, and that the mayor was present at those two very significant ribbon cuttings. And I was disappointed that the mayor was not mentioned in the article. And, you know, I made what I thought a very passionate plea for the mayor to appear at every corner in uptown Pensacola. And you know what? He has really been all over the place in uptown in the last couple of weeks. But I think that it's just really important, and I'm not trying to tell the News Journal how to report the news, but you know, we can help them along a little bit if we just send them out a press release and say the mayor is going to be at such and such a place to do a ribbon cutting. Because I do think it's very important that the mayor be very visible in uptown Pensacola, because this is an economic engine that will not quit. And like I said, thousands of people come into that small area of Cordova Mall and Cordova Commons and Sacred Heart Hospital, that whole business area there. We have thousands. Pensacola State College has 10,000 students. And, you know, people come there, they don't know they're in the city of Pensacola. We have these little signs that say Pensacola city limits. Well, you know, who notices those? I would like for us to have much more visibility, because I'm proud of the city of Pensacola, and I want people to know that they're in the city of Pensacola when they're in uptown Pensacola. So I know I'm preaching to the choir, but we need to do something to make it happen. I just want the mayor to know how much I appreciate his presence in uptown, and I will tell you that when he visits these stores, people love it. You know, because he's very fashion conscious, and that's what these stores are all about. You know, so they love to see him there. They don't want to see me, and that's understandable, you know, but they do want to see him. And he adds a lot of vitality and charm to the ribbon cutting occasions. And so I just want people to know that when you are at our new Belk, when you are at Marshall's, when you are at Fresh Market when it opens, when you're at Ulta, you are in uptown Pensacola, and we are just delighted to have you. And, you know, I'm from Nashville, so I say y'all come.
Thank you. Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President. And at this time, I want to request that I don't know if it would be appropriate for you to give the order, but I think this is something that Dr. Cox can certainly handle. And at our next official meeting on November 13th is the Committee of the Whole, and I guess the regular meeting would be
The
2 days
15th.
later, it's about the 15th, that we recognize Mr. Leroy Williams for his 25 years of service to this community in the area of arts and recreation and cultural events that has certainly taken up the time of children, giving them something wholesome and productive to do. But I think after 25 years of service to the Pensacola community, that we should recognize and commend Mr. Leroy Williams and Prakara, if we do a proclamation or name that day, Prakara Day in Pensacola, Florida, but I would like to see us as a council recognize Mr. Leroy Williams and Prakara for the efforts and the events that they have sponsored in the city of Pensacola for the past 25 years.
Dr. Cox, would you just add that to our agenda, please? I'm not going to call for a vote. Just put it under the discussion items. But what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Geralds, is come with the supporting information.
I will work with her and get her the history of the organization. I know she's kind of new around here, but I will get the history of the organization, the founding, the starting, et cetera, and provide that to her so that we can develop our proclamation that acknowledges what Prakara has really done. And by the way, if you'd like to meet them in person, the big community cookout is scheduled for November 3rd. So you'll hear a lot of stuff still. This is still pre-election time, but if you have any available time on November 3rd, the big community cookout, and I will be making an announcement as to the location. Generally, it's done at Terry Wayne East Park on Jackson and Jay, but he said there may be some changes and it may be a different location, but I will get that information to you as quickly as I receive it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I'll make mine very quick. First, I'd like to remind everyone that Halloween's coming up. Be careful of the children out walking our streets. I know in East Hill, East Pensacola Heights, and Canova Park, there'll be a lot out. Saturday and even Wednesday, so be conscious that we have little ones out. Halloween. The second thing is I'd also like to mention is this past Saturday, I was at our multi-use stadium directly across the street for the Soul Bowl. There was a great turnout. I would say somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 people were there at our multi-use stadium. Football was played on at our multi-use stadium, and it was a great day. The weather was beautiful. I'd like to publicly thank the Studers for stepping forth. I'd like to thank the mayor, Mayor Hayward, and his staff for stepping up, and for Lumen May, a true leader in our community. Everything he did Saturday was very impressive. A first-class event. I just can't pat Lumen May on the back enough. It was just a very successful day, and I'm looking forward to Soul Bowl #2 at our multi-use stadium across the park. Again, thank you, Studers. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Lumen May, for a great event.
Okay. Thanks, sir. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you. I am not going to attempt to rise to the occasion of Councilwoman Myers, who persuaded all of us tomorrow to head to Uptown. That was excellent. And at the same time, I also want to apologize to Alexis Bolin and tell her this is kind of an initiation for your now induction to the CMPA board. But I do want to remind everyone.
Can I just interject on that one comment there?
Of course.
I think sometimes, regardless of the great results the CMPA board has, is that if you look at the number of items they have to handle in the meeting and the number that we do, we come out looking pretty good on the time element, so.
Well, I wanted to warn her.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I want to share with fellow council members that tomorrow I'm going to drive out to Pensacola NAS, where the Gulf Coast Enterprises is being recognized at NAS or Gulf Coast Enterprises actually is thanking NAS for their employment of the disabled at our Pensacola Naval Air Station. That is, if you didn't know, this is National Disability Employment Awareness Month, And that awareness month actually has its origin in the year of 1945 with the motto, "A strong workforce is an inclusive workforce. What can you do?" And in case some of you didn't know, the City of Pensacola is contracted with Gulf Coast Enterprises for many of our services, including City Hall and our airport. Gulf Coast Enterprises is one of the leaders in our community in employing the disabled. It's just a tremendous organization, and it is growing daily. And another example of that is the Wahoos organization, which has provided leadership, leading by example in developing and influencing other, I think, job creators by proving that the disabled are absolutely capable, willing, and loyal employees. Also, in case you didn't know, last Thursday night at the Pensacola Bay Center, as I understand, I was traveling, trying to get back from California, but I understand there was a very good showing of public at the Bay Bridge Public Workshop Forum, and there was a group of about 25 to 30 individuals. They wore stickers that had the word vision on them, and they were very much granted credibility because some of them were invited basically as representatives to meet with some of those officials. But the issues for them included expansion of green shores, very much including an environmental sort of enhancement with any bridge landing, additional boat launches, greater parks and access, again, where the bridge may land, and very importantly, in conjunction with the Complete Streets Committee, much of on their wish list had to do with connectivity under the bridge for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as the creation of multi-use or shareways. But I want you to know that group has formed, it's growing, and was actually formally recognized and invited now to meet with some of those FDOT officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Pratt, your light had been on.
I told her she could clear it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Item 10, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we have petitions that were received from Mr. Gully regarding the West Side Library issue.
Okay. Thank you. Brings us to our consent agenda, and ladies and gentlemen who don't follow this all the time, the consent agenda are items that passed unanimously at the Committee of the Whole meeting, and it gives us an opportunity, instead of discussing and presenting each one here, that we can just take one blanket vote. If there are any items that on the consent agenda that someone wants to speak to, is fill out a card and, well, Mr. Wallace, I've got 11G for you. Is that what it is? Okay, yeah, well, we'll end up holding that item. And so let me just read through the titles of each one of these. Appointments, item A, Appointments Area Housing Commission. B, Appointments Community Maritime Park Associates Board of Trustees. C, Appointments Environmental Advisory Board. D, Appointment Human Relations Commission. E, Award of Contract for RFP 12-037 Disaster Debris Recovery Services. F, Law Enforcement Trust Fund Purchases. G, award of bid number 12, TAC 049 Construction Services, Woodland Heights Resource Center. H, underground power distribution easement, Woodland Heights Resource Center. I, proposed amendment to the City of Pensacola's Home Investment Partnerships program. J, airport, Florida Department of Transportation's joint participation agreement, construction of a right-hand turn lane, 12th Avenue onto Francis Taylor Boulevard. K, airport property acquisition. D, 2515, Campus Heights subdivision. L, airport, Sky Warrior, Inc., operating permit amendment number 1. M, airport, Pensacola Aviation Center, LLC, consent to sublease. N, property transfer, FDOT, I-10, Camelot Park. And O is intelligent transportation system, area-wide traffic signal, retiming joint participation agreement, Second Amendment. I'm going to hold item B, and Mr. Wallace has chosen to ask to speak to item 11G. So now I just need to have somebody move.
Move to approve. Second.
There is a motion and a second discussion. So we'll be voting on items A, C, D, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and O. Please vote. Dr. Wu?
Dr. Wu.
And that passes unanimously. Item B, appointments, Community Maritime Park Associates Board of Trustees. I don't want to go into my reason for wanting to vote on that separately, but something came to my attention after the Monday meeting, and I'm going to have to vote no. And my apologies to 3 people that are supported on there very much that are on that ballot, but I'm going to have to vote no. So, anyway, any more discussion on that? Okay, I need somebody to move to item B.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Please vote.
Item B, he's going to vote no, so we just vote.
Sherry and Marin.
Ms. Myers.
Okay, and that passes 8-1. Councilman Hall dissenting. Item 11G, award of bid number 12-049, construction services, Woodland Heights Resource Center. Mr. Wallace, you'd want to speak to that. Mr. Weiss?
You can clear my light. My thumb touched it when I was voting.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Good evening. I just want to speak on this item. I just want to thank the past council, the mayor, for this opportunity that we present ourselves here tonight. It's been a long road since 2004, but I want to just again iterate the appreciation of the people in the Woodland Heights neighborhood and the citizens of Pensacola for the opportunity that we've been accepted tonight. And I also want to thank the architect firm DAGS for their outstanding cooperation, bringing this project forward. I must admit, the time that we sit down with them, they brought some ideals that are going to enhance this community center. Hopefully this community center would be the catalyst for a new development of community center, a new avenue for our young kids to develop their art and culture skills. And also, I want to say the cooperation of the Energy Pensacola, Gulf Power, to make this a green type building, for we can be proud of this building. The building itself will not cost a whole lot of energy. And I just want to say how proud this community is going to be in the next 3 to 4 years once the center get running, and when it be a catalyst for developing art and culture for our young people. And again, I want to iterate, just like the mayor and Councilman Gerald said at the groundbreaking, the work just begun. So I want to just thank you again, and we appreciate your cooperation.
And thank you, Mr. Wallace, and thanks for everything you do in the community. This center really belongs to you. You've been a firebrand for it for years, and I just want to thank you. We need motion on this.
Move your approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Ms. Boland, I know this is fascinating to you, and you probably wondered why you haven't been down here many times before to sit through this, but you're safe. We approved your seat, and I wanted to thank you for stepping forward. Okay. All right. Committee of the Whole report. Now, this is...
We've got Mrs. Hall out there, too. She was on the Community Maritime Park. I appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
In the same seat.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Myers.
Yes, I wanted to thank Ann Hill and Alexis Boland for sitting through all of this tonight. I think it demonstrates their commitment to serving the citizens of Pensacola, and please feel free to sit through the rest of it. It shouldn't be much longer. Hopefully.
Just around the corner. Don't say that.
Yeah. Okay. May I move on to the Committee of the Whole report?
Go ahead.
Mr. Spencer? Okay, thank you. These are items that did not pass unanimously at council, and they go on to a separate report, and we vote on each one of these individually. Item A, Airport, Proposed Ordinance, Licensing of Future and Existing Providers, Off-Airport Parking Lot Facility Operations. That City Council approve the proposed amendment to Section 10, Tac 2, Tac 5 of the City Code of Ordinances permitting the licensing by the City of Pensacola off-port airport parking lot operators serving customers of the Pensacola International Airport. This proposed amendment will be applicable to all future new providers or any existing providers that expands their off-airport parking operations to non-contiguous locations. Motion passed 6-1. Councilmember Myers dissenting, and Council Members Pratt and Townsend absent for the vote.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? Audience? Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Item B, wage increase for non-union active general pension and retirement plan participants. That City Council approve a wage increase for non-union active general pension and retirement plan participants effective October 1st, 2012. The motion passed 6-2. Council members Hall and Pratt dissenting, and Council member Townsend absent for the vote.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and second, Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to say that, as I said on Monday, I supported this in concept, and I think that that is the conceptual approval is why it passed in committee, and I hope that I appreciate that the staff got us the information that was requested, and I hope in the future that information will be presented in the Committee of the Whole as it should be, instead of saying that there was no financial impact. Actually give us the information about what a wage increase would cost. So I appreciate the information having arrived before the meeting, and I will support it tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too wanted to thank staff for getting back to us so quickly on our concerns on this. I did have one further question, and I just was too terribly busy to actually send an email back. Because I had asked about how many employees are affected, and it said 128 employees. And my only concern that remains is, do the employees in DROP benefit from these raises, and also the employees in FRS? And I just needed clarification on those two things, please.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Barker?
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. Council President, Mr. Weiss. As far as the DROP participants, those that were in DROP as of 9:30 do not participate in it. I don't think anyone's went into DROP since 9:30, okay, but no one before that has entered. And FRS does not participate in this. Those employees that were in FRS do not participate in this.
And Mr. President, if I could know how many employees that is that in FRS that won't receive this stepped raise.
I'm not sure. Of course, you're talking about general employees. Of course, it doesn't include the police and fire unions because of those. You've done the general union. I'm not sure exactly. I can get you that number, but these are just for people that were in the general pension plan and are affected by the ASME reductions that they had no say in as far as the general pension reduction. So it's just those employees that were in general pension that are not part of the ASME, and therefore the wage increase is occurring because they're losing their part of their pension benefit.
Okay, then I guess I need further clarification than understanding how many people. I mean, the question was answered that 128 employees are benefiting from this this stepped increase in wages. But then if there's FRS that are not, is there something, Mr. President, in the future then that would address them getting a raise that are in FRS? I mean, they stepped out and did FRS years ago, and I don't want them penalized.
But Mr. Weiss, if I could, the individuals that have chosen to go to FRS back in '07, there's a choice to stay in general pension or go to FRS. So those that went to FRS made that decision at that time to go or not. And then the employees since that time that were hired, that were general, all are required to go into FRS. So this is just those affected by the general pension reductions.
Okay. So then there's a separate consideration for others.
There would have to be a separate consideration, because this does not consider those. Now, I don't know what's on the planning board for those employees. I know we're trying to, the city's trying to deal with all the unions and get those out of before we deal anything with the other employees.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
ma'am.
Mr. President.
Okay, well, on that, just refresh my memory, how many people voluntarily moved over to FRS?
I really don't, I don't remember.
It was a very, very, very small number,
Yeah, it was
though.
a small number that I
And I
recall.
think some of those were like under contract too, weren't they?
They were.
Not as an EPS employee, but for example, like Mr. Reynolds is under a contract, you're under a contract.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
so,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right, thanks. All right. So, got a motion and a second discussion. Any more discussion? Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Item C, information on municipal charter schools. That City Council authorized city staff to issue a request for proposals for professional services to conduct a feasibility study on establishing municipal charter schools. The motion passed 4-3. Council members Gerald, Myers, and Wu dissenting, and council members DeWeese and Townsend absent for the vote.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to speak briefly on this tonight. We keep talking about economic development, strengthening neighborhoods. That's really the core of what we're about. But we keep seeing a population decline, and we have to ask ourselves why. And one of the things I've heard so many times is when you talk about economic development, the main crux of the issue is education. And our school district works hard. There's so many excellent schools. We just heard about the new program at Workman and how well they're doing. But you keep hearing people who choose to live outside of the city because of the reputation of our schools, others who choose to, use a friend's address in Gulf Breeze or homeschool for a period of time because of concerns. And then there are people who don't have the resources to make those decisions, who have to just accept the one option that's offered. And so in an effort to improve the education offerings in the city and to support economic development and strengthen the neighborhoods, I'm asking the council to support the motion before us to begin an investigation into the feasibility of creating a municipal charter school. The questions that this RFP would be searching are what are the financials of it? What would be the interest in the community in terms of just the data on student enrollment? What sort of niche might this kind of school fill? The municipal charter schools are funded from the state with per pupil funding. Enrollment for municipal charter schools by lottery with preference for city residents. The vision is that it would become a community asset supported by a broad swath of the community. And I hope that if this motion passes tonight, that we will also work as a city to build support and find partners to make this school an excellent option for people who choose to live in the city, so that we can make this city grow and become the city we hope it can be. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Yes, I'm not going to support the motion because I don't know where we would get the funding. Right now, my primary concern is getting funding to keep our libraries open. So I won't be supporting the motion at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to support it. I read the document that were submitted to us, and I just didn't see where it was, in my opinion, just a good economic engine for our city because of all of the other things that we have to try to achieve. Additionally, I'm a strong supporter of the public school system, and I feel that this is infringing significantly on the public school system. So and a lot of other reasons that I don't care to divulge here now, but I'm not going to support it.
Okay. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I have to apologize to Dr. Pratt because I had stepped out during the discussion on this and missed the vote. And I certainly support education, obviously, with all my work on the Promise Plan and trying to find funding for college for our residents of the city. And I did just take a quick look that there is an opportunity for grant funding from the federal government for such a thing, but I just didn't know if there was discussion or if a avenue for funding this was even identified at this point.
Well, for the study, I think it would just probably come out of our council budget.
No, but I mean for the school,
Oh,
if this
I
were
guess.
actually to be
Well,
recommended.
Dr. Pratt, would you
Yeah, and I'll
address that,
address
please?
the funding question Ms. Myers brought up and Councilwoman DeWeese. Funding for charter schools in general is typically their main source is the per pupil funding that the state provides. I recall in high school there was a week in October they would always say, please come to school this week. If you don't come any other week, come this week so we get counted. And so the state counts attendance, and that is where the funding comes from. I'm bringing this up not in competition with the school district, Mr. Townsend, but as something that would be able to support the school district. I have spoken with Superintendent Thomas and to school board member Patty Hightower about this, and they both said, look into it, see what it does, because they're concerned about making a good education for the community. There is additional funding for facilities that we can apply for that we would usually qualify for in terms of the grant funding. And there are a lot of other funding opportunities, and those are kinds of questions that the study that this RFP would try to address. For the RFP, the estimate would be approximately $10,000-ish for just to get the information, and rather than postponing and getting funding for that $10,000, there is a sense of urgency, not terrible, but you have to submit a letter of intent to the school district by April 1st if you hope to open a year and a half from then. So the earliest we could consider it, having submitted this coming April, would be 2014 if we want to. It's a long process and a lot of work, and this is just the initial question regarding what is the funding, what kind of impact would it have on the city budget, and what sort of impact would it have on the schools in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Geralds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I'm good, but I will say that on Monday, I was one of the dissenting votes. However, after reconsideration, I do think that it's something that we at least ought to look at and answer the question once and for all. And in the absence of a study or review or some additional information, it's nice to consider doing this, but we will need additional information to make a decision. So I'm going to support it this evening just for the purpose of doing the study, getting the information, and answering the question once and for all. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Spencer.
Yes, I am in full support of this motion to move forward with a study. So
look forward to the vote. And I appreciate, again, Councilwoman Pratt's initiative in this department. I think it's has the potential to be something we'll look back at and recognize as the seed of a significant turning point for the city of Pensacola.
Thank you. Ms. Myers?
Yes, I'm just curious where the money, the specific line item in the city council's budget, where this would be funded from, because the mayor vetoed line item 9335 for professional services. That means that that line item is zero. So the council has no money in line item 9335 for professional services unless you make a, what do you call it? Supplemental resolution to put it back in there. So I don't know what source in the city council's budget this is going to be paid from. But I just wanted to give council a reality check, and so I'm still not going to support the motion, but I just wanted to raise that issue because, as I understand line item vetoes, when the mayor line itemed that vetoed that line item, it went to zero. So we have this unallocated funds that need to have a supplemental resolution to put it back into our budget.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Deweese?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I had further questions after Dr. Pratt had spoken, and I apologize for not clarifying that. My concern initially is the funding, but also that we work in conjunction with the school district. We have several exceptional schools, as we saw tonight, one that has become an IB World School, and 51 career academies within the school system. And I support them completely. All three of my children attend, and I would not want to draw away from their resources by pulling kids out of their system. I think we could work in conjunction with the school district. So if the intention is that, it sounds like it's an isolated RFP to investigate a municipal charter school. So I cannot support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Dr. Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding Councilwoman Myers' comments about where in the budget, right now we're going to put out for an RFP and then select a firm. And at this point, we don't know the final cost. I know that each of us, if there's a problem in that budget, each of us has some discretionary funds, and I'll offer up mine if that's going to be a hurdle. You know, I don't have enough if it's more than 10,000, but I hope that those who support the motion would be willing to offer that fund. And to Councilwoman DeWeese's comments, I in no way think of this as in opposition to the efforts of the school district. I think it's one of those things. The size of a potential school is never going to approach the size of any of the other schools in our community, and that I think that the demand in this community for alternative choice school to have is high. I mean, just in the last 2 months, I've had one friend who's lived in downtown before her child was born, who's now moving to Gulf Breeze because she's worried about what his school options are at this point. Another friend was telling me that she's, faking an address so that her child can go to school, and another friend explained to me that she's going to homeschool for a few years so that she doesn't have to send her kid to the districted school. Those are the kinds of people who, and those are the people who are living in the city and moving out. And we all hear about the people who choose to live outside the city because of their concerns about the schools. This would be only by a lottery because it would be small. I think at first blush, probably the biggest impact would not be on the public schools, but would be more on the private schools that tend to be the ones that would have the smaller enrollments. And this is a public school. It would be a public school run by the city as opposed to the school district. And so I hope that it can be an asset for our community and is not viewed as something that is in any way criticizing what the school district does with their limited resources and their broad focus. Thank you.
Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the summary, I think I read that there were a number of municipalities, charter schools. Was it, how many was it that you had done?
I think there were 6 that have charter schools.
6. Was any discussion with our local school board regarding this in terms of their comments, anything prior to submitting this to us?
I've sort of approached it. I have spoken, as I mentioned, to Superintendent Thomas and to Ms. Hightower, and both of them, they're curious. They didn't say, oh, this is the worst idea I've ever heard. Both of them are supporters of providing options to students. They believe that charter schools are part of the school district. They do have to be approved by the school district. And both of them said, go into it with your eyes wide open. It's something new and different. And so that was the hope with this RFP, was to go in with our eyes wide open, get the data. Many of these other communities that have charter schools, this is sort of where the RFP idea came from. I've seen the responses to their RFPs, and the data that they provide seemed very informative, and I think that before we would ever venture into this, we would want that information. It's the information about possible funding, what the populations are in the community. Are there sort of visions or niches that such a school would be able to fill that the citizens of Pensacola would like to see it fill? So that's sort of what the point of the RFP is. My sense is that the school district is not opposed to charters. They, would love to see us also work with them on the other schools we have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spencer.
Yes, and I want to follow up one more time and further express my support and publicly tell fellow council members that I will commit the funds that Councilwoman Pratt may need if this study does exceed $10,000, and if we, for some reason, find that that would be the only funding source. And I'm doing that based on my confidence and reliance in Councilwoman Pratt's research, her conversations with other members in the public education community. Otherwise, I would not be able to walk out on the plank with her like this. And perhaps if this works out, not that we can ever meet out of the sunshine and have city-related discussions, but I have a feeling she might join me for a melted cheese sandwich at the Alfresco. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Myers, I've lost track here of how many times people have spoken. Is this your second or third time?
I don't know. I'm losing track of time.
Yeah.
But can I make a quick
Sure.
comment?
Please.
Actually, I'm sorry to hear that you've allocated your discretionary funds, because I was going to ask council members to allocate their discretionary funds to keeping the libraries open. But, so you'll have to choose.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sansing. It's your turn. And this is an odd request from me to you, is I want you to fill as much of this 5 minutes as you can, because I need to take a little short break in the back, and I do not want to miss this vote.
Gary Sansing,
Okay.
1517 East Jackson, citizen of the city and county.
I really didn't understand what this was all about. I couldn't hear half the people if they could speak into the mic. But Dr. Pratt, that's something I'm very interested in. I have been thinking along these lines for years. Years since I left here in 1960. This is such a wonderful community, some very intelligent people, the proper environment, a quality of life, but one thing was lacking from 1960 till now. But now we're getting it. It's called education. And this is part of it. You know, I went to the high school game, Pensacola Highs, on Thursday. Friday, I went up to Washington. There was a presentation. 2 members were accepted into the Hall of Fame. It was a wonderful, wonderful situation. 2 people. Now, when I look back at Salmo High, Santa Monica High School, and there were some wonderful people there, but it was a highly profitable, energized, educated. But you know what? When they had some students there to take you on a tour of the high school. I took a tour on the Hall of Fame. I only got through half of it. Because you know what? There were some wonderful people up there. And I even seen Mr. Gerald picture up there. But this is what I have wanted us to do, is get together with the school board. At the game, they honored the 2 presentations, and Mr. John Gerald, could you tell them about it later? And I have questions for each of you at public forum. But there was, I've been trying to contact the supervisor of education. Well, he sat there during the whole football game right in front of me. And I haven't put a sign up for any one of them, but I put a sign up for him because I like what he is doing. And if we get together, we've had requests to open, this is going into, you know, other things, but tie in between the city, the county, the school board, and study this issue. Now, I don't see a single soul that was up there that went to, when they had consolidation, when Dr. Harper and some pretty good people were studying this issue. Now's another time to bring it forth. Okay. Please follow up on it. I don't know how I would vote for this. I wouldn't. I would ask your staff, if you had one, to fill me in on some more information. But you have no staff, so maybe I have to turn to you and ask, please, educate me on this fact of yours, your thinking, your thoughts, and maybe we can make it happen. How about that? Accepted? Sure. A deal? Yep. Thank you.
Dr. Cox, after the meeting, would you introduce yourself to Mr. Sampson, please? Thank you.
I didn't hear that. Could you speak into the mic, please?
Thank you. Mr. Gerald?
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. Sansing asked if I would mention the names of the 2 individuals that will be joining me at Booker T. Washington High School on the Wall of Distinction. And by the way, this is the 100th year celebration of Booker T. Washington High School. And what will happen, I believe it happened at the homecoming game on Friday evening. The 2 people that will be joining me will be, one, Commissioner Marie Young, and the other person will be Judge George Williams, who once served as assistant city attorney here at the City of Pensacola. So both of them, the reason they're being installed on the Wall of Distinction is that both of them are graduates, as I am, of Booker T. Washington High School in the city of Pensacola, Escambia County. So Joyce Williams and Marie Young will be the 2 new people that will be added to that wall. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, sir. Okay. Anyone else wish to speak to this subject? Please vote. Okay, and that passes on a 5-4 vote. Thank you. Madam Clerk? I believe that's all on the Committee of the Whole.
Yes.
Okay.
My turn.
Report of community, oh, but Dr. Wu, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Dr. Wu wanted to wait till after the vote
Right.
for his
I just
remarks.
wanted to make a quick statement. I want to thank council and Melinda Crawford for grandfathering in the parking lot. Originally, when it came to us, there was a pre-existing parking lot, and they were going to lose a 10% of their gross. And so I want to commend her and the council, because I thought the irony of the day that we had that discussion was the same day that we voted to spend $250,000 on a disparity study, and here we had a minority-run business that we were going to take money out of and make it very difficult for them to survive. So to me, I never said anything that evening. That juxtaposition of those two things was very strange. But I want to commend Melinda Crawford for grandfathering the lot that's there in, as well as my fellow members in council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Mr. Spencer, CRA report, please.
CRA report. The CRA met on October 22nd. We approved the September 24th board meeting. Material was distributed to all CRA board members regarding properties within the CRA that were available for not only CRA disposition, but were owned by other municipalities or governmental agencies, including our school board. The meeting was adjourned. That concludes my report.
Does that conclude your report, sir? Conclude your report.
Yes, I did, and I even said, Council President, that concluded my report.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 14A is proposed ordinance number 25-12, an ordinance to be entitled, an ordinance amending section 10-2-5 of the Code of the City of Pensacola, Florida, pertaining to a concession, lease, franchise, or other specific permission required for certain airport services, providing for the licensing and regulation of off-site airport parking lot facility operators, providing for airport parking lot facility revenue administration and collection, providing for severability, repealing clause, providing an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion. Please vote.
Mr. Gerald?
Pratt's out of the room. Okay, that passes unanimously. Dr. Pratt absent for the vote. Item 15.
There are no ordinances on second reading.
Item 16.
Item 16A is resolution number 48-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2013, providing for an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Please vote. (16B). Oh, I'm sorry. Pratt. That passes unanimously. Item 16B.
Item 16B is resolution number 49-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2013, providing for an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion is second. It's in order. Discussion. Please vote. That passes unanimously. 16C.
Item 16C is resolution number 50-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and directing the mayor of the city of Pensacola to execute a joint participation agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation for the construction of a new right-hand turn lane onto airport property at the Pensacola International Airport.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion is second. Discussion. Vote.
Mr.
Yeah,
Thompson?
thank you. That passes unanimously. 16D.
Item 16D is Resolution Number 51-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, authorizing the transfer of 1.41 acres of city-owned property to the Florida Department of Transportation, providing an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion? Vote? And that passes unanimously. Old business. Any unfinished business? Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Monday, Councilman Johnson brought up a couple of items, and he was told to bring them up tonight, and I just figured I'd go ahead and bring them up. At the last council meeting, I was absent for the vote on items A and B of the report of the committee of the whole, and I asked for council to reconsider those options, so I move for reconsideration.
Second.
Okay, what for?
For A and B, the financial oversight and the professional services contract.
Could I get you to
I
break
can
it
do
up?
them split it?
Split
All right,
it.
that's fine. I'll move first the financial oversight item.
Okay, and is that A, the old item 7A?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Where can we find it?
Was there a second, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
Councilmember
thank you.
Johnson.
Which one she's talking about?
It was the financial oversight amending city purchasing and contracting ordinances that City Council direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance amending city purchasing and contracting regulations and other budgetary controls as outlined in Councilmember Pratt's memorandum dated September 13th, 2012.
Okay, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, thank you. I mentioned this Monday. I appreciate Dr. Pratt bringing this up. I'd like to have both of these issues reconsidered. I know that I was actually absent for the financial oversight vote. Therefore, I think that I'm able to bring it before us again for another vote. If this reconsideration passes, I'd like an opportunity to vote on this. You know, recently, I apologize to the public because there was recently it was mentioned at a Rotary Club meeting that I miss controversial votes by an individual. Other things were said about this council. And if you'd like to know what they were said, I'll give you a contact person. You can find out what was said about you. But it was stated that I miss controversial votes, that I get up and use the bathroom, or I have to, take a phone call from someone. And just not true, not true. So I find this is a very controversial vote. I apologize to the public if I do miss votes. We all at times miss votes. I think these are two very important issues before us. I know that on one of the issues there was 3 that missed a vote. On the second issue, I think two missed the vote, and I would very much encourage the council to reconsider and allow us the opportunity to vote on this tonight. So I'm going to support the motion. I guess we're taking them separately, but I will support the motion to reconsider having the opportunity to vote on the financial oversight. Thank you, Mr. President. I hope I made myself clear.
I've pressed.
Crystal clear.
It's getting late, very late in the night, so.
All right. You know, the clerk had come over and told me that we needed to go ahead and vote on this before we can have the discussion. And I will ask any of our parliamentarians, including the city attorney, to weigh in on this. My understanding of our rules and Robert's rules on the vote to reconsider is that it is debatable whether we even reconsider it or not. And then the item itself, once it comes up, is debatable as well. It cannot be amended. And so whatever it was the last time, that's what we have to leave it as this time, if we indeed get that far. And so I urge the clerk to correct me tomorrow if I'm absolutely wrong on this, but that's my recollection, okay? So I've only got one more meeting I could possibly mess up. So
You're doing great, Mr. President. You're doing great.
All right, thank you. Ms. Myers.
I'm ready to, did I have my light on?
You did.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Mr. Spencer?
I am, okay, we do not need to vote.
Our next vote will
Yes.
be whether we even reconsider this or not,
Understand.
okay?
Okay. I'd rather wait.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Well, then let's vote. Dr. Wu?
He needs to know.
Now, no, I know what we're voting on. My question is, can I ask the question of the city attorney for clarification before we vote to consider the item? Because I think his response would determine how I vote. Mr. President?
Yes, Mr.
Messer.
Messer.
I'm still here, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Did you understand Dr. Wu's question?
Yes, sir. He didn't ask a question yet.
No, I asked, could I, it would be proper for me to ask the question.
Oh, it'd be proper, sir.
Okay,
Go
very
ahead,
good.
yes, I'm sorry.
To help me have guidance on how to vote on this issue, I think my question to you is anything that we're doing that's wrong that needs to be corrected?
I got you, okay.
And that's the question to Mr. Messer.
The question is, are you doing anything wrong that needs to be corrected?
Or just illegal or wrong, or, you know.
You don't mean generally, you just mean specifically on this issue. No, sir, you're not. You're good.
Okay.
Okay. All right, anybody else?
What are we voting
We're voting on whether to reconsider item 7A.
What is 7A?
Financial oversight, amending city purchasing and contracting
When was
ordinances.
this voted on?
Last September.
meeting.
September 27th.
This is not a vote on that. This is a.
I understand.
Okay. Ms. Myers?
If we vote to reconsider this, can we reconsider it at some other time?
Let's just get it done.
I think the question Dr. Wu was asking in terms of the procedures for reconsideration, and I think it has something to do with either the prevailing party or something of that nature. And I think he was trying to get a ruling on that, and I don't think council gave us any.
Well, I didn't understand his question, and I'm glad you clarified it because because the original item needed a simple majority to pass. All we need is a simple majority to reconsider the vote.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Can I just address that?
Sure.
Yeah, there is,
also
on
a time
page
frame.
12 of the council policies and procedures, there's sort of a unique section that supplements and actually adds to Robert's rules, which I'll just read. It says that a member absent, and I think that would have been Councilman Johnson, when a question is voted on, may move to reconsider the question at the next council meeting that member attends. So he doesn't have to be on the prevailing party side.
So if he was absent.
Although you are correct, that is one rule, then we have another one specifically in council policies that allows Councilman Johnson that privilege. It is
Or
confusing,
Councilman Pratt.
but you're on the right track legally.
Okay.
I can't comment in any other areas.
I think I'm going to reconsider on item 7B to go with the city clerk's way of doing things. It's just too confusing for this body. So, Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, and I want to clarify then, absent means, in this case, I could step outside, be on the other side of that door, and I'm absent.
Yes.
Well,
That's what I'm understanding. I'm
It-
absent when I'm on the other side of that door.
That is correct. And if you know somebody is in the building, you could direct the chair to go bring that person back in, because we are not allowed to just skip votes. if we're present. But if you're on the other side of the door and nobody raises the issue when the vote happens, then yes, you are absent.
I mean, I can go hide behind that door, and if no one insists that they go get Brian Spencer, I've successfully played hide and seek.
And you know, when we get the new council and you guys get together to review all of the council rules and procedures and the things that you need to correct, is that could be one of them that you want to correct. But as it stands right now, yes.
I was just trying to understand the depth or shallowness of absence.
Okay. Is that it? Mr. Geralds?
I'm good.
Okay.
Ignore my light.
Okay, now, let me just explain something, you guys. Your vote to reconsider this does not mean that your two votes could be opposite. You could vote yes to reconsider and then vote no on the question itself. They don't necessarily have to be consistent. But whatever the vote is after tonight, then it's going to be a done deal for 12 months. If this gets voted down tonight, 12 months before you can ever bring it up again. And Madam Clerk, if it passes tonight, still because it's a reconsidered vote, yeah, I'm guessing it's still a 12-month wait.
I'll defer to legal counsel.
Mr. Besser. See, if we vote to reconsider and then the vote on the motion itself fails, then it cannot be brought up for 12 months, right? Yes, that's right.
Yes, sir. After council takes action on an item a second time, it may not.
Regardless of what the outcome of the vote is, a yes or no? Okay.
Yes, sir,
All right.
that's correct.
Okay. All right, so right now, we're voting to whether to reconsider or not. Please vote. And that passes on a 6-3 vote. Now, make your motion, Dr. Pratt.
Oh,
or
okay.
restate that motion.
Let me restate it. My screen went blank. Sorry. All right. That council direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance amending city purchasing and contracting regulations and other budgetary controls as outlined in Councilmember Pratt's memorandum dated September 13th, 2012.
Okay.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is second. Mr. Spencer.
All right. We are voting on two items.
No, just
one.
Just one right now. So the reconsideration, we're taking one at a time.
Yes.
All right. All right. So what I would like the council president to do is to provide me and a council with the vote as it occurred at that council meeting, not the committee of the whole meeting.
Right.
It's in our minutes for today.
Yeah, it's in the
It failed.
And I don't have that.
It failed 4-2, Councilmembers Geralds and Spencer dissenting, and Councilmembers Hall, Johnson, and Pratt absent for the vote.
I'd like Council President Hall to.
Okay, gotcha. I'm sorry.
I'd like Council President Hall to tell us how that vote went
Okay.
on this item.
It's right there. On the front page.
I now have it.
He now has it.
You now have it. Okay. Mr. Geralds.
Yes, thank you. And I do remember this vote. I remember this action item, but my point at the time of this action item related to the $250,000 disparity study that was performed for us by MGT. And at that time, and I feel the same way now, that we look at the recommendations that were returned to us before we sort of make an arbitrary decision about the financial oversight and what's going on with spending in the city of Pensacola. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Myers.
I support this motion. I supported it the last time. I think that this is something that is drastically needed, and I urge council, if you don't remember the item, it's attached here for you. Councilwoman Pratt's memorandum that she provided to us. I think she did an excellent job, and I'm going to support it again, and I urge council to support it.
Dr. Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. In regards to Councilman Gerald's comments, I have a little half comment that on Monday we were to discuss the charter school, and we discussed it tonight. And I brought this to the council on a committee meeting for discussion, and it just passed forward, and those of you who are criticizing us for our late hour, Monday would have been a good time to discuss this. But Councilman Gerald's, I did include in my suggestions that we keep the $100,000 for qualified SBEs as one of the things that came out of the original MGT study. And also, this is simply a request to have the attorney draft a ordinance, and then at that point we can look at the particulars. I think that any MGT recommendation would include some sort of financial oversight, and we can adjust the numbers accordingly. So I think that this is an appropriate thing to do at this time, and I hope that we can have an ordinance to discuss and consider how that might affect the MGT studies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to ask Mr. Reynolds if we have received the final report from MGT.
Yes, sir.
And I will also disclose that we have a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock to discuss some of the findings from the MGT study, but I do feel that this action would be premature until I've had an opportunity, or at least council has had an opportunity, to see what those recommendations might be, and we might find that some of the recommendations may be in line with what we are attempting to accomplish with this ordinance. But in any case, I believe strongly that when we invested $250,000 in that study, we need to look at it and see what it says. We sort of have inklings of what has been implied. But if we spend that kind of money, we need to at least sit down and carefully read that final report and see where that will take us in relation to this, because one of the specific areas was purchasing and contracting of goods and services. So if we invest $250,000, we need to look at what the results really are before we make another decision. Thank you.
Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. This particular item indicates that author directs the city of Townsend to draft an ordinance. Is that correct? Dealing with it. Now, draft an ordinance, but you're also stipulating on your little point paper here the specific items that you would want included in that ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. In the agenda item I had provided to the council, I made some recommendations on
These
things.
are the recommendations
things that we could consider.
Would be approving. That we will be approving if we say yes, draft an ordinance based on what you have here.
Well, and when this came before the committee, that nobody really made any other recommendations. I would welcome anybody to get in touch with Mr. Messer as he's drafting it
Now,
with
what I'm
other
saying, if we
suggestions.
approve this now, we are automatically accepting what you stipulating here.
No, sir. I believe that if we have an ordinance before us, we have the opportunity to change it at that point. This was just, I didn't write an ordinance, and we would never approve anything that wasn't an ordinance, so that having the attorney drafted as an ordinance so that we could really have a full discussion on those details. I'm finding that I'll put these things, and people have opinions, and I'm glad that they do, but we don't discuss them when they're on this form. But when it came in the form of an ordinance, I would hope that people would have be more enthusiastic about sharing it.
Some reason why you presented them to us? Why didn't you just leave it blank and let them draft it? You give them your own ideas and not give it to the council as a whole, where we can make our own decision on what we would like in the ordinance based on our input to them, rather than give it to the council as a whole.
This was given to the council as a whole.
I know
as a
you did. I'm
discussion.
asking, why did you do that?
because I previously had, well, I believe that it is not my place to direct the attorney to write an ordinance, and I've been previously told that I shouldn't write an ordinance, so I felt that this was a way to have some discussion points for us to consider so that we could then, as a council, decide what are the things. And I put these out there so that people could voice their opinions, and I am not wedded to any of these items. I think they're generally go with what we might be interested in having. And if there are changes to those particular things, and you would like to see us discuss this more in depth before it's written as an ordinance, I'd welcome us to refer it back to committee of the whole.
It just appears to me that you're trying to sway as to what we want, what we need to have in the ordinance by you submitting specific items here, and that's the thing that's bothering me.
And I guess I put that there because if we didn't have something to shoot arrows at, we would say, okay, Mr. Attorney, you draft some ordinance about something. And at this point, it was something to begin a conversation, and I welcome us to put this on a committee of the whole if you would rather discuss these items in detail outside of the ordinance form.
But the point I'm making, you've got specific limitations as to what a person can do. And if you wanted that, rather than really zero in on numbers, and that's just the way I'm looking at it, and I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. I'm getting looks because I'm allowing you guys to kind of
Sorry,
go
I apologize,
back and forth.
sir.
But at the late hour, just as long as you keep it civil, I'm not going to object. Ms. Myers?
Mr. Council President?
Yes.
Can I interject
Yes.
there just quickly? Obviously, if it's the wish of council, I'll draft whatever ordinance you suggest. But I would just want to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music here. My clear understanding, and sometimes my understandings aren't that clear, is that it would be the wish of this council, if this passes, that the mayor's authority to transfer appropriations that you have set forth in your council policy on page 3.7 is simply rescinded. I mean, that's the substance of the ordinance, to rescind that power. And if that's your wish, then I'll draft the ordinance, but if it's not, then I'd appreciate exactly what you do want me to do so I can comply with your wishes.
Thank you. Ms. Myers?
Yes, I was wondering if I could make an amendment to the motion to direct that this matter be placed on the next agenda of the committee of the whole.
No, there's no, you
There's
cannot.
no amendment to it,
You
right.
cannot.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes. Mr. Spencer?
I appreciate very much what Councilwoman Pratt diligently tried to explain to fellow Councilman Townsend about why she put some teeth into this because of some previous action or some attempts on her part to gain some traction. So, you know, that certainly the response is valid. However, I think most importantly for me, our attorney has crystallized exactly what this action would do, and I did not support it before, regardless of who was absent, and I will not support it again tonight.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out to people, regardless of which way you feel on this topic, voting yes or voting no, is that at the end of November of this year, we're getting 3 new council members. And forgive me for even hinting that it might happen, Mr. Jones, we could end up with 4 new council members. And if we vote on this tonight, it is tying the next council's hands for 12 months. And so I just want you to have that in mind when you're voting. Dr. Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just, I had buzzed in thinking the same thing that Councilwoman Myers was, that you know, clearly further discussion is warranted, and I hope that when this arrives in a ordinance form, council will feel free to change the specific numbers and the general, any recommendations they have concerns about. These were just put out there as something to begin the conversation. Thank you.
Mr.
If, not when.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I
can
also
speak
wanted to urge
positively.
council, as you had, to support this tonight, to allow the ordinance to be drafted, and then further discussion will more than likely happen when the new council is seated, but to allow for that to happen, because voting no tonight would put a year between discussion of this very important issue. So this is just supporting moving forward. We can have deliberations on what we would like to add or subtract or multiply it. So I just urge support. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. Mr. Townsend, are you hiding behind the door?
I beg your pardon?
I need you to vote.
Oh, I'm still trying to figure this fella out.
Okay, and that fails on a 4 to 5 vote. Okay. All right, thank you. Dr. Pratt.
Nothing further.
Yes, sir.
I believe that she had also talked about number B, which was the authority under the city charter professional services contract. I would like to make a motion that we can reconsider that vote also. Well, actually, I can't do that because you would have to do that. Are you going to?
No, thank you.
No, thank you. Okay.
Ms. Myers?
I just wanted to bring up another matter. Are we through with, oh, we can't?
Totally different
Under
issue.
unfinished business.
Unfinished business, yes.
Are we on unfinished business? Can I bring up something, or are we still on Dr. Pratt's issue?
No, that's disposed of.
Okay. At the last city council meeting, Mr. Messer brought up that he, at times, had a conflict of interest and would not be able to represent us sometimes. So I made a motion, and I have the minutes here, that at the next committee of the whole, that we have a discussion item about hiring outside counsel at times when Mr. Messer has a conflict of interest. And that motion passed unanimously, but that issue was not on the agenda at this past committee of the whole. And so I just want to bring that to council's attention, that that agenda item needs to be, we've already voted on it. We need to discuss what we do, how we go about hiring a private attorney or law firm when Mr. Messer has a conflict of interest and can't represent us. So I just want to make sure that he gets on the next committee of the whole.
Okay.
It's just an oversight, I'm sure.
And Dr. Cox, would you follow up on that, please? Thank you. Mr. Reynolds.
Yes, Mr. President, I was just going to say that was a staff oversight, and it'll be on the next one.
Okay. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a question actually for Dr. Pratt. We had a meeting of Complete Streets and then not met for a month, and we were trying to have on this agenda that just passed a request for funding for our ordinance writing and for holding a workshop. And I didn't know if she wanted to bring that forward since we're having a meeting tomorrow and we would like to move forward on our next steps, and didn't know if that was available, if there was more information at this time.
Okay. And you were asking who?
Dr. Pratt.
Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize wholeheartedly. That was, we discussed it at that Friday meeting. After the meeting, I promptly sent an email to Mr. Reynolds about both putting up the survey and that issue. That was the ill-fated week of emails, and so then when his email was back up, I said, oh, I'll contact him again. And I was only thinking of the survey and only followed through with that item. It was in my original email. It just fell off. You know, sometimes when I've sent it, it's not on my plate. And so I apologize for not bringing that up. I think at this point, we can't really bring it now and ask the council to appropriate because they don't really have the details before them. So we can ensure that it's on the next agenda. I apologize for that oversight.
Thank you. Okay, and I do have an issue with the Bayou Tahar boat launch, and I apologize to Councilman Johnson. I don't want to appear to be overstepping bounds, but I spend a lot of time at the Marina Oyster Barn, and they had asked, because there's been an issue with not only fishing from the launch area, which is really not, I think it's not allowed, but it's certainly not a safe situation with people getting in and out of the water with their boats. But also that there have been some fishing nets being used and oyster shells and trash being left. And, you know, I have pictures. I'm concerned about people rolling their ankles and, you know, trying to get in and out of boats, which is dangerous enough, but then having that sort of debris laying around. So, Mr. President, I would just like to ask, I believe there's rules in place for the use of boat launches that you actually have to pay to use them anyway, and that they're not intended for fishing. If staff could follow up, if there's signage or a particular thing that they could bring forward to ensure that the citizens are aware there's no fishing in that area.
Yes, sir, we'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And I have a few other items. These are actually motions for the next agenda. The first one is Parks and Recreation Board. You know, part of our growing pains and some of the changes we've gone through is what the purposes and uses of our committees and boards are. We've seen that with the EAB and others. But the Parks and Rec Board, you know, their mission is the oversight and the administration of a lot of the programs that the city offers. And I'd like to have an agenda item for our next Committee of the Whole to discuss the Parks and Recreation Board mission, also their opportunity to bring ideas forward to us, much like we had discussed with the EAB, and look further into how they might assist in ensuring that our policies and expectations are being carried out as a council. So that's my motion.
Second.
You getting all this written down, Dr. Cox? Okay. Motion and second, please vote.
Mr.
Gerald.
President, yes, I just had a quick question. With, what is his name? Brian Hooper, or is it Cooper? Has there been a meeting with the new director of Parks and Recreation from the city's standpoint? And then we move forward with finding out, because we can find out what the Park and Recreation Board's vision is, but have we had a joint meeting or a session with Mr. Hooper to find out what direction he plans to take?
Yeah, who knows when the URAC report's going to be given to us? I believe that's what Mr. Hooper's.
No, Brian Cooper is the neighborhood services.
Oh, Cooper, not
Yeah.
Hooper. Never mind.
Is that combined with Parks and Rec, or did we separate those two functions?
I don't know. Ms. DeWeese.
Mr. President, thank you. Actually, the Parks and Recreation Board is appointed by council and serves at the pleasure of council. They are our committee, so they would naturally report directly to us. And that's one of the concerns, that now that we have the executive and legislative branch, when the mayor served directly with council, there were separate and different considerations. And that's something that has come to light with this particular board, but it is a larger discussion for the next council to have. But at this point, just specifically the Parks and Recreation Board and their mission and their purpose as it relates to what they bring back to council. So that's what I'd like to bring forward.
And my second still stands.
We ready?
Okay.
And we're live.
Please vote. And that passes 6-1. And for the record, Ms. Myers and Mr. Spencer are on the other side of the door.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. My next motion is with regard to our contract with our advertising agency. I have no illusions of bringing back a motion to terminate the contract. I've brought that discussion forward twice, and I believe that's something for further discussion with the new council as some things are determined about the situation in Okaloosa County. But I do want to share my concerns with the citizens and also with my fellow council members of some things that have come to light since we entered into a contract with them. I remember being very excited about their potential, having looked at them on the internet and looked at some of their clients and their accomplishments. But what has come to light since then is the situation in Okaloosa County of their the appearance of lack of internal oversight within the Zimmerman agency, but also the questionable purchases that were made with the funds from the county. A lot of people may know about the house that was purchased and the boat for $710,000, but it's also come to light that a Porsche for $48,000 was also purchased by Mr. Bellinger, and the checks were all issued by Zimmerman Agency. So my greatest concern is the oversight and the protection of the citizens' dollars that are being spent here in our community. I do want to make council aware of some comments directly from Mr. Zimmerman. They had actually reapplied when the RFP was issued for Okaloosa County to represent Okaloosa County. They were not chosen, and they issued a protest, and actually Mr. Zimmerman, in his own words, obviously because he wrote an op-ed piece for their newspaper, and wanted to clarify the misconception or the misstatements that Zimmerman Agency does not represent Visit Pensacola, which they do not. But the next statement was that they do simply market city services to the residents and businesses of Pensacola. Now, that is in complete contradiction to the 7-page document that we get on a monthly basis talking about the intergalactic effort of marketing us to the world, and I'm very concerned about that, and the other statements that have come to light since we have gone under contract with them. So I'm not looking to terminate this contract. I'm simply looking to protect the citizens of our city. I would like to make a motion that at the next committee of the whole that we have the contract with the Zimmerman Agency available to us, all billings that have been sent on behalf of Zimmerman Agency to the city of Pensacola for reimbursement, and that we have a discussion on the policies that we may need in place to ensure that what happened in Okaloosa County does not happen here. Ironically, I'm not asking for us to have a policy in place that no personal items be bought, no boats, no cars, no houses. There's state laws for that, and that would certainly protect our city as well. I just don't want to see us in that situation, and I think it is prudent to at least know where we stand with this agency in light of what has occurred a few counties over. So that is my motion. At the next committee of the whole, to have a discussion about potential policy issues and concerns about our internal oversights with the contract and with the billings to date that Zimmerman has given us.
That fails for lack of second.
Okay, thank you. And my next concern, and this very well is going to take quite a while, so it will not be resolved by this council, as Councilman Hall stated that 3 of us will be departing. But it is the policy review that needs to happen. It starts on a very basic level. I've made several public records requests, and the policies that have been, that appear to have been broken are as simple as mileage being filed by our mayor for local trips from City Hall to Jackson's, from his home to a parade, several different things which appear to be in conflict to our policy. Lunches with staff members and with local citizens being expensed to the city. There's larger concerns about internal controls of expenditures for travel, not paying taxes if they're traveling within the state of Florida, reimbursement above and beyond what per diem is. There's several what appear to be internal overrides or just lack of review in some of these policies, and it's of great concern to me. I will bring all the details forward to council at the next committee of the whole. I would simply like to have that on the committee of the whole agenda to have further discussion on it. That's my motion.
That fails for lack of a second. Okay.
Not surprised. Thank you, I'm done.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, probably going to be just a little bit of a surprise here, but I want to revisit what had been previously item 7B of the Committee of the Whole report from the last committee. Now, it's unusual for the chair to make the motion.
I will make the motion on your behalf. I move that we reconsider 7B.
Second.
12.
Oh, is it 12? I'm sorry.
I'm
Yes,
sorry.
I'm sorry about that.
The contracting employee
Yeah.
issue.
Okay, is there a second?
Mr. Johnson, did you second?
Yes, I second, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm going to go with the clerk's interpretation of the reconsider rule, no discussion on, we just vote to whether reconsider or not, and then once we do that, then we can discuss the action itself. Please vote.
And we're voting on
Whether to reconsider the, I've got so many papers here in front of me now.
I put one away, I'm sorry.
Could you read it again, Miss Dr. Pratt?
Yes, I'll be the clerk. That City Council direct the city attorney to obtain a legal opinion whether or not council has authority under the charter to stipulate that certain positions within the city government, such as city administrator, chief of staff, department heads, heads of offices, and other administrative positions not be subject to outside professional service contracts.
Okay. Please vote.
Oh, I voted before.
And that fails on a 3-3 vote. Okay. Yeah. All right, so here we are. Ms. Watkins, I've got your card that you wanted to speak to the ad agency, but since we didn't get a motion, I'm going to ask you to reserve those comments for open forum. Okay?
I've got to go, Sam.
All righty, let's see. We still have a quorum here?
Barely.
Okay, yeah, we just do. Okay. We new business now?
New business. Off my plate.
Are we at new business now?
Sure.
New business? Okay, open forum. Ms. Watkins. Now, I think you had 2 items that you wanted to talk about. No? Advertise, okay. Well, huh?
It's the same thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Advertising video product for city, is that? Okay, and then, okay, got it. All right.
I own Watkins Video Productions. I live at 2019 Augusta Avenue. I built a house in downtown Pensacola in 1993, and I sold that property in 2008, and now I wish I hadn't sold it because I would run for council and possibly for mayor. It's hard to believe that it has been just short of a year that I stood before you and asked you to listen to the occupiers of the Occupy movement. Some of you on the council have listened, and I thank you for that. I do not envy any of you on the council in this time of division between the mayor, the council, and the city. The Pensacola Police Department and the security at City Hall have been nothing but professional while I have covered this movement for a series of documentaries. On October 15th, 2012, just 11 days ago, Occupy Pensacola celebrated its 1-year anniversary. A press release was sent out to media, and I received one. I personally forwarded this press release to the Pensacola News Journal and Channel 3 with follow-up calls to their news desks. Neither the Pensacola News Journal or Channel 3 promoted or covered the 1-year anniversary of Occupy, but I did, as I have for the past year. That day, October 15th, 2012, the mayor and his staff had set up a video production for his new rebranding effort. When the occupiers peacefully approached the set, the mayor and his PIO were shocked and taken by surprise. I found this unusual since a press release had been distributed to the media with follow-up calls, and the event was publicly planned and announced on the internet well in advance. The video crew and advertising firm were both out of Tallahassee. I have a problem with this. Mayor Hayward constantly talks about creating jobs in Pensacola for the citizens of Pensacola. At the last city council meeting, all of you had the chance to take a stand for local advertising and video production firms, and you left us hanging. On September 10th, 2012, the council had again questioned the hiring of an out-of-town advertising firm, yet you allowed it. Just that one day of production on October 15th would have provided thousands of dollars of income for local companies, and that money is now being spent in Tallahassee area at restaurants, grocery stores, movie theaters, car washers, doctors' offices. You get the picture. If my company was hired, every person on my crew could have paid at least 2 mortgage payments from that one-day production. As I walked into the lobby of City Hall that day, October 15th, the PIO said in a very nasty tone, she, referring to me, is one of them. I ask, who is one of them? Is one of them a documentary producer who is a proud graduate of Pensacola Junior College, class of '84, and a proud graduate of UWF, class of '87? Is one of them the director of the nationally distributed show Gourmet Cooking with Earl Peru? Is one of them the once young, eager UWF student who went to Nicaragua in March of 1986 to work on a documentary, was taken captive by the Sandinistas and interrogated for 2 hours? Is one of them the go-to production company for Oprah Winfrey when Oprah shoots a story in Northwest Florida? Is one of them the producer of The Life and Times of Trader John, The Lost Island Perdido Key, and Resource Rangers? Is one of them the producer of the upcoming documentary Pearl Harbor, One Last Goodbye, the TV series Earth Action, and the newly released short documentary Occupy America, Pensacola, Florida, which you can view on YouTube? I have about 15 seconds. May I continue?
Sure.
Just who is one of them? I want to know why a production company in Pensacola is not being used to produce, shoot, and edit the commercials for the city. I want to know this. Can any of you answer this for me? Nobody can answer it? Okay. The city council men and women, I ask each of you, why did you allow the mayor to take $200,000, at least $200,000, out of the local economy? Can anybody answer that? How much money?
Ms. Watkins, we need to wrap
Okay,
wrap
2
it up.
sentences. How much money did the one day of production on October 15th cost the taxpayers of Pensacola? How much did the city spend on the stick figure airport commercial produced by the Tallahassee firm that is an embarrassment to Pensacola and an embarrassment to video production?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just wanted to ensure that she was able to finish her comments and also clarify that this council or the citizens were not consulted on the original contract and decision that was made. There was actually, they are taped, but it was a closed meeting with the mayor and a few of the mayor's staff. I did not see in the room, unless they were hiding behind one of the poles, any of the enterprise directors for the city of Pensacola or any of the other department directors that were being impacted by the new expense for the Zimmerman Agency. That decision was made. I still question the legality of the funds that were gathered up from various departments from the 2012 budget and allocated to the new Zimmerman contract. That was only reported to council. This council had no opportunity to approve or disapprove. The 2013 contract was wrapped into the budget process, and we all know how cumbersome and overwhelming for some the budget process can be, and especially for the citizens to understand that those complete decisions were being made within the budget. So those are 2 concerns that I have, that it's such a large expenditure, it's such a wholesale rebranding of our city, and we had no say-so. So I agree with your concerns. Thanks for coming tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mueller.
I'd like to see a show of hands of the council. Who thinks bigotry and racism is bad?
Seriously? You guys you don't think racism and bigotry is bad? Okay, well, I guess that's one problem we have here. Had I asked that question 151 years ago, around the beginning of the Civil War, your counterparts at that time might not have even understood the question. Even my best attempts to explain using today's perspectives might not have been understood or even listened to. Fortunately, today we have a much better understanding of how detrimental bigotry and racism can be on a progressive society. These ideologies not only hurt both the practitioner and the recipients of that practice, but create a separated or divided society. And a society divided never progresses as swiftly as a society united. Today, using the same insight that would lead me to believe that bigotry and racism is bad, I would like to speak to you on the evils of politics as they pertain to the city of Pensacola. Politics, like bigotry and racism, creates division and promotes separation. In my opinion, we see politics practiced regularly in the mayor's office and on this council. So regularly, in fact, that it's obvious to everybody that's paying attention who the good governors are and who the politicians are. Some of you are probably thinking, what's wrong with politics and being a politician? That, of course, is the same type of thinking done by your counterparts 151 years ago. They may have thought, what's wrong with bigotry and racism? The problem with politics is the promotion of division or separation. When it becomes, because of politics, a situation of us or them, and division becomes an ideology or an institution, that ideology or institution can be used to separate these politicians, down to where they are representing only a few of the citizens or just themselves. We have a word for these poor examples of governors. That word is corruption. My views on corruption are colored by Webster's definition of the word, which is improper and usually unlawful conduct intended to secure a benefit for oneself or another. And I'd like to read that one more time. Improper and usually unlawful conduct intended to secure a benefit for oneself or another. We had an excellent example of Webster's definition of corruption at the last city council meeting. Even though anybody who reads the charter of the city of Pensacola can tell you that with 100% certainty the mayor must attend all meetings of the city council, the city manager tried in the last city council meeting to lead you astray by fully reading a sentence from a document that's meant to support the charter, not change the fact that the mayor must attend all city council meetings. Worse than that, the city attorney, reading from the same bookmark, tried to lead you as a council, me as the citizen of complaint, and the good people of Pensacola astray when he read most of the sentence, but left out the part that made it understood that the sentence only pertained, if not, it understood that the sentence only pertained if not specifically stated in the charter, which it is specifically stated in the charter. If you'd give me just a minute more, I'll tell you why this is important.
You've got the minute, sir.
Thank you. The corruption goes even further because when good governors proposed and voted in favor of this council reviewing the charter as it pertains to the mayor attending all meetings, and even though, in my opinion, they all know that the mayor must attend all meetings of the city council, the politicians on this council voted against review and thereby secured a benefit for one person, the mayor. You may ask, why is it so important to me that the mayor attend all meetings of the city council? After all, he's sending a representative to each and every city council meeting. And, you probably say there's nothing insidious in his actions. Yet if you allow this one infraction of the charter, what's to stop him there? I'd like to read a few of the descriptions under section 4.01A of the city charter of the city of Pensacola, using the same argument and reasoning that the mayor is using when he says that he's not required to attend all city council meetings. His statement appears to be that he has the power when it comes to attend meetings. This would mean that he has the power, not the duty, the power to present recommendations to the city council on requirements of its municipal government. He has the power, not the duty, to prepare and submit the annual budget and capital program of the city council. He has the power, not the duty, to submit to the city council and make available to the public a complete report of the finances and administrative activities of the city at the end of each fiscal year. He has the power, not the duty, to keep the city council fully advised as to the financial condition and future needs of the city.
Okay, Mr. Mueller, you need to wrap it up.
Okay,
please.
well, okay. Okay, I'll just wrap it up. What I'm trying to tell you is, if you don't do something about this one infraction, you're leading into he can use the same excuse for all of those things I read off, totally bypassing this group. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Not sure where to start, Mr. Geralds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I just wanted to make sure that I don't send the wrong message, but the question that I heard was whether or not, and I guess it was addressing all of us, whether or not I thought that racism and bigotry was bad. And you didn't see my hand because I don't think it's bad. I know that it's bad. So there's a difference. I was born in the 40s, so I know it's bad. So whatever that means in terms of a question, you know, if I didn't raise my hand because I think, hell no, I don't think it's bad. I know it's bad. I went through it 24/7 for several years until I was 17 years old and got out of Pensacola. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. DeWeese.
You can clear my light, Mr.
Dr.
President.
Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I usually don't respond to open forum, but I do want to say that I think the implication that politics and politicians are a bad thing is wrong. There are many great politicians who find that the important part of being a politician is to work on building consensus and work with those with whom they disagree to find something that at least there's mutual respect at the end of the day. So I think that politics and politicians aren't necessarily bad. It's just how they play the game. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gary Sansing. He doesn't have a card. I just know he's going to speak anyway.
You asked me not to speak on...
Yeah, I'm counting that card for this one.
Gary Sansing, 1517 East Jackson, citizen of the city and the county. First off, I want to thank you. One of the things that again went unmentioned in the debates was the Iraqi war. And I'm here to thank you for allowing some of us to protest getting involved there. And believe me, there was a lot of military, not politicians, that didn't want to go there, and a few others. Second, I want to thank you for putting up with us. Sometimes it was hard. I know, Townsend, with occupation, Pensacola, because you people, some of you were very understanding, and I definitely appreciate your support. What this occupation Pensacola was for, it started up on Wall Street and was trying to tell you or make aware of the situation with our economy. When I read off all those numbers of the trillions of dollars, that's what people were trying to tell you. Inside are small people, you know, that knew what's going on is illegal. But morally maybe, there used to be laws that were taking off the books. That's a Glass-Steagall. When that, Parliament committee to investigate good banking, within 5 minutes they mentioned Glass-Steagall. How many times have you read or heard anything about it? It's only if you thoroughly do hours and hours of research. You don't get it from the Wall Street Journal or New York Times, but we'll be paying for it for 30 years. Well, possibly. We will, really. It's hard to understand, but Japan did only half of what we did, and they're paying for it for 15 and counting. Now, the library, the schools, the environment, the quality of life, and economics development. This is what makes a community. And believe me, this is a wonderful community. When I was leaving here, I was regretting it because it's to get an education and economic development. I had to work out there because that's where the opportunities were. But now we can make changes here. Moving for a change, we got to keep going, man. That's a priority with me. But so is economic development. Believe me, we're going to come through 5-10 years of hard times. As I tell the county, one more thing. Behind the scene, I've been speaking to business people, educators, few politicians that might understand what the heck I'm talking about. And now I'm working with you people, and believe me, we will survive. Oh, there's someone else I wanted to thank too. Oh, one more thing. On gallery night, I listened at home. I didn't understand. I was asked, what the heck happened down on gallery night? I didn't know. I'm at a football game. I'm sorry we lost. When I asked about the situation with setting up tables, some of you know I did that for years until I couldn't go to the football games. I couldn't do that because I was wiping myself out, getting what that man back there has, the flu. But I can't do everything, but don't close down gallery night for tables. We fought the battle for years in California, and it's a no-win situation. And thank you all.
You don't want another 5 minutes?
Pardon?
You want another 5 minutes? No.
Well, no, it's late. I will deal with some of them. I need to talk to a few of them, and